So, which should we go?
Hello, where can we run? Where can we go?
Just a second. I look. Let's go
Choose a
there.
place here. Okay.
We'll get more loot over there. If we get full enough shield and loot, we will go to the boss.
Okay.
Oh, there are 1, 2 players, three players. Oh,
I'm not able to find any weapons. Bro, you have to come. I don't have weapons.
okay. I'll be there in a minute. Okay. Oh,
You could have used the stairs.
visit. You have to run quickly, okay?
Okay.
Someone got them 2 minutes. Okay. Someone's here, someone's here.
Okay. I'll just go to the zone. Got a pistol. Where are you?
One's crack, one's crack. Just run.
Much with the pistol.
He's actually cracked right now. I need to fall off.
I think he's a chapter 2 player. Is that Midas?
I don't know. Maybe.
Huh?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
Okay.
Can go to classic codes.
Sure.
Land in one of the tennis courts.
Okay.
That big, many villages.
If there is anyone else in the other, okay, just go for the
What?
field.
What did you say?
If you got single weapon after the landing, if there is anyone else beside us, just go for the kill.
Okay.
Don't give him any time. Someone's coming behind us. Two players.
The duo is coming.
Yes. Three people. Three.
I land here.
Okay. I'm in
Shotgun.
class B.
Got a shotgun. Oh, down.
Oh,
Fuck. He's 1 hit.
okay.
We can rush him. 1 HP.
I can reach there by the way.
Okay.
Even if I want, I can reach there.
Looking for a 99.
Oh, super.
Why are you throwing that there?
Because no one can get that. Someone comes here by so they won't get that.
Okay.
Or if you are able to come back here, maybe you can get that.
Okay, okay.
Someone's here. One.
Enemies.
It's
Is
one.
the enemy there?
It's two. It's two.
Yeah, there. He's there.
Another match.
I hear you.
I didn't get the match. Ah, shit.
Oh,
Sorry.
I think we should just stick together.
Yes. Now they are going for the classic.
What?
Now they are going for the classic mode.
Okay, okay. There will be NPC here. Where is he?
Maybe they removed him. Even the what's by the way? The tiger man, right?
Yeah.
I have maybe he removed. Maybe the new update has got removed him. He used to have the
Frenzy shotgun.
Finji shotgun, yes. But that's also not a good one, you know. That
What?
range is not good. The shotgun's range is not good.
Okay.
In close, you can do more damage in close range.
Okay.
If you go longer range, you can do much damage, except for 20.
But the size is pretty big for the shotgun.
Hmm.
Which shotgun do you prefer out of all the shotguns up to this season?
The after this season,
No, up to the season. From when you started to play and
I
to the
started
current.
playing chapter 5, season 1.
Okay. Which
They
shotgun
used
do
to
you
be
prefer?
the Thunderburst,
Okay.
and we have the pump. I never used the pump, you know. I never used the pump on chapter 1, chapter 2.
Okay.
And in chapter 2, I used the gatekeeper.
What?
Gatekeeper shotgun. Gatekeeper shotgun.
Gatekeeper. Okay.
Yes. In chapter 3, the bomb shot.
Where can we go?
Uh, that's always not near them. Medicine. Okay. Let's go here. No, here, let's go here. If there are any pairs over there, let's go here, okay?
Okay.
We have to survive first.
Where are you landing?
There are players
Here.
over there. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Here's the bunker.
I don't see any players here right now. That's good. I got a fizz.
What?
Fizz.
Fizz.
Yes.
Do you want EMP grenade?
No.
Or do you want this one? The nitro?
I only have a nitro. 3 of them. And 4 minis and the fizz.
Someone's fighting over there.
Yeah, it's clear. Someone's here.
I know.
He's on HP, bro. He's on HP.
What?
He's 1 HP right now.
Okay, okay. Choose a spot. Choose a spot.
Let's go around the world. What?
Minis.
Okay. You want a big pot?
Yeah.
I have a
You
map.
can use it.
Let's go get
Yeah.
it.
You can have it. You can have it.
No, I have two.
What?
We will get two big pots.
Okay.
Map, map. Come here.
Oh, something good. Where are you?
Big pot.
Minis. Bro,
What?
it got crashed.
Oh, whatever.
Fortnite got crashed.
Whatever. Okay.
You keep on playing.
Okay. Okay.
One more enemy is coming for you.
I don't know. Go there.
Out of max.
I
You become pretty bad. Just try to take him out.
Shit. Shit. I should get max. Okay.
Yeah.
So what weapons are carrying in the game?
What did you say?
What weapons are you gonna carry in the game?
Weapons. One
Weapon, yes.
one this one. Wait. The Enforce AR.
AR, okay.
Shotgun, Gatekeeper shotgun,
Okay.
and then one SMG.
SMG. If you have a, why do you carry an SMG?
What?
If you have an AR, why do you carry an SMG?
No. Enforcer AR.
Yes, I know.
The one with
AR.
the long range.
Enforcer AR.
Not combat assault rifle. Enforcer AR.
For the scope?
The rate of fire is less in the trade.
Yes, I know.
I use SMG for short range because this Gatekeeper shotgun has only 3 ammo straight.
Yeah, I know. You can make it 5 if you go to a bunker.
Yeah. Only if we make it to a bunker.
Yes, you have to make it to a bunker or a island.
Where can we land?
Let's go.
Railways. Rebels Roost, okay.
Yes. Why am I getting 120 ping?
120.
Asia.
Even keeping.
I'm in Asia, I didn't see that.
What?
I'm in Asia server right now.
Asia.
Ah, yes.
I haven't been. Okay.
Because I'm the part player, you will get my, Asia server ping.
Okay.
I didn't see that until now. That's why. Why the build is not placing part? I thought.
shotgun. I'll carry it for you.
Okay. No, that's not good. You can keep it if you
What?
want. You can keep it if you want.
I have gatekeeper.
Just a combat shotgun is not over.
No one. Okay.
That's not doing much damage. Yeah.
Yeah, but it has a longer range. That's the only advantage.
I know. That's the one I know. No? What do you want to carry? Easy. Shield or HP?
Minis. I have minis right now.
You have minis? Okay, I'll drop some.
Mark if you see any SMGs.
I don't see any SMGs right here. I saw one at Great.
Okay, where is it?
Yeah. We are normally playing unranked, right? That's why I'm forgetting to farm the match.
What?
In normal game, we don't have to farm a match. The enemy player will give us so much match that we don't have to farm in the normal games.
Yeah.
That's why I'm forgetting the match. I had some gunshots over there.
Yeah. I have 6 minutes.
Okay. I'm hearing gunshots at Lavish there.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. Here. This direction.
He's over here.
Yeah.
He's fizzing right now.
Enemy here. Where is he?
He's in the bush.
Bush?
Oh, dead.
Where was he?
There are 2 people in the bush. They're just waiting for us.
Okay. Can we play normal battle royale?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait a second. Let me change my server.
Yeah.
I forgot to change my server.
I saw him climb into my box and then he was right behind me. I don't know how he got there.
But rank is good, you know.
What?
Rank game is good.
Oh.
Because there are no cards or battles.
What did you say?
No, there are no cards, right?
Yeah. And these gauntlets are overpowered. That's the problem.
Okay. Middle East. Okay.
Where to go? Bro, where to go?
Okay. Just now. Let's go classic.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Let's go. Use the crash pad over there.
What?
Crash pad. Launch pad. Okay, there is a launch pad here. Okay. Use that. We'll go over there.
What's here?
Good.
I think it's going to crash. I can.
So much loot here. I got 2 minis. Wait, don't waste any shields, okay?
What?
Don't waste any shields.
Okay.
Come here. Go. Every top has some loot. And bottom up, there was also look on the bottom. Don't. Sorry. Enforcer here.
Wait.
But that one doesn't have a scope. A DMR, 2 DMR. Let's go down.
There was a porta potty here.
Hello.
Where will you take us?
Go back using the zipline.
What?
Go back using zipline to the starting point. Go over. You can just shoot. Yeah. Come here. Come back, full drive.
Have it like. Let's just go to the zone.
Let's go.
Huh?
You can use the zip line to go.
Okay.
Okay. I'll still in the zone.
I don't have mats to make it. I'll barely make it.
Okay.
Oi. Can you drop me some mats?
Yeah, sure.
Here.
Do you have content?
No.
Should I drop the content?
Okay. Wait. I'll throw you.
I
I
drop the
can't throw
content.
this.
Drop the.
Okay.
Taking.
Go.
It's taking some time. You stop. Let me
Yeah.
come there.
Just drop me some mats. I'll come.
Get here. Take the maps. You have 15 seconds.
Think I'll make. Did I use the zipline? Oi. Got the zipline. Oh, I'm going inside.
Different back there.
I came.
Okay.
Inside the zone. Oh,
That's the end of zone. Hey, there was a bunker here.
yes,
I got a medkit for you.
Where is it? Here. I got a car.
Okay.
Just go here. Come here.
You don't want a medkit?
No. I just marked the mythic chests.
Okay.
Oh no.
Purple.
You want this?
Yeah, I can do that.
Bunkers open.
No.
Medkit.
Take this. Don't want that?
You can go to. I don't want it. Just boat.
Okay. I got a fish.
What?
Fish.
Oh, yeah. Want it?
No.
And you carry big pots.
Do you want gold?
What?
Gold.
No. Okay, bandages. Let's go. Did you happen to see any gatekeeper shotgun?
No.
Okay.
I will let you know.
Do you
I
want
did
big pots?
see one, but that was outside the zone right now.
Okay.
And there was a medkit.
Zone's
Or-
coming. Fast.
Yeah.
Oh, it's here.
Do you have any rocket ammo?
Rocket ammo. Yeah, 10.
Give it to me.
Just a second. Don't want it.
Like it. And a gatekeeper. Another medkit.
I'm just using a medkit.
Someone's here.
What? Come here, join. Here,
This crack.
cracked.
Go. Big double.
I'm sleep.
Oh shit. One knock here. He's below. Below there. On the box. Inside the box. Yes. Shoot.
What?
What?
You one-shot at me.
You have full HP, right? Full
No.
HP shield, right?
My shields were out.
He's almost.
I had around 90 HP.
Okay.
We shouldn't have engaged them. It's just gone for sniper battle.
Do you have a sniper?
Yeah, I had a sniper.
You should have told me that. I mean, he's cracked. You know, he look like a 130 damage over there
Okay.
because of the what is it called? I have the crossbow. He took like 170 damage over there. So it's only one shot. And I thought it was single though.
Where can we go? Bro, where can we go?
Over there.
Okay. What's there?
Look.
Loot?
Look. Yes. If there are enemies, just go to the bottom toward the ship. Okay. Just go to the bottom toward the ship. Don't wait.
I'm going towards here.
One down.
Come down.
I'm out of my.
Just run. I have tri-beam laser rifle. You want me to support you?
Shoot, shoot. One shot, one shot, one shot. Is it? I have to go engine right now. For 60 damage. I'm almost one shot right now. Come here. I have two SMG.
Okay.
Wait, let's go down. Wait for me, okay?
Come
Don't break the barrel.
Come here.
Oh, okay, sorry. Another SMG.
Blink not.
Wait, let's go down, let's go down.
Go.
Yes. I have 3 medkits, so we don't have to worry about being in the storm. We have so much time. Whatever. Nitro.
Gauntlet.
That's not good.
Big pot.
Come here.
What's that?
More loot.
Okay.
Some more loot. Break. Break, 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 break.
Break.
Go. Crouch.
Blink.
Crouch.
Try.
Crouch. Let's go.
How do we get out of here?
In the way. You go. Just don't have to go back. I have 2 call-outs. Or should I carry this one?
What?
I have 2 call-outs. And please, which one should I carry? Come here. Okay. Brakes for the impact. Oh shit. Wrong road. Wrong road.
Oi, zone.
I know. I have medkits, so many medkits, I know.
Where are you?
I'm inside the ship.
Okay. Okay, let's go to zone.
Yes. Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper?
Yes. Medkit.
Just carry towards the zone. Let's go to zone.
I have 3 medkits on me.
Okay. Okay, let's go to zone.
Sniper.
What?
Sniper. I got the sniper. Come here. Let's go inside.
I'm using a medkit just only. Okay. Use a medkit.
Yes, I will.
I got stuck, I'm not able to get it. Got it.
Turn left and right.
Okay. Let's get out. We are low in the HP. Use a
What?
medkit.
Yes, I will.
Use a
I will. Come over here.
Come.
Just run.
Launch pad.
Run. Don't go there. What are you doing?
Where are you?
Sky. In the sky. Up in the sky.
We'll go to the launch pad.
Someone's here. Someone's here.
Wait, I'll come. Don't engage.
He's trying to hit me with that. He's on HP.
Okay.
He's running.
And
Do you have nitro?
no. Strawberry.
Yes, use it. Fast.
Yeah.
He's running away.
Wait, Flowberry. Wait, come near me. Come near me. Wait.
Yes. Where do you go, bro? Where did you go? He went away. There are some more fights going on.
Oi, one more duo there.
I don't know.
Use the sniper.
Yes, I will.
See,
What?
shoot him. Bro, they're having gauntlets. Don't go in unless you take them out.
Yes, I know. One down.
Oh! Come on, take him. I damaged him. Take him.
He's inside the car. He's inside the car.
Bro,
I know. Oh shit. Just leave me be, bro. One there. One crack.
I'm out.
What?
Bro, I'm third.
Annihilated. Oh shit. He's dead. Yes.
Super. Just take the crown.
Yeah. Somebody. What the? I need to go. Oh shit.
Wait. Did you make it?
He's using a sniper in 4 range.
Super.
Another one. Oh shit. I'm dead. I need to reload the gun.
Just use your gun and run away.
I will do it. He's dead. Yes.
Leave the.
He's dead. Don't worry.
Okay. Bro, you got 8 kills.
That's just average. Just a minute, okay?
You don't have to reboot me here. Just go in.
What do you mean going?
Okay, I'll go and loot them.
Yes, look that. That's why I'm waiting with you. We still have so much time and we still have so many mats. And medkits. Get the load first.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Wait, I'm gonna go.
We can go. Come on.
Did you get load up?
The bunker's not yet touched.
They are actually fighting for the bunker with it.
Okay. Done. Let's see.
What is in the bunker?
Bro, we are going to die.
Oh shit. I didn't
Bro,
see
we'll
it.
make it.
I know. Do you have medkit?
No.
Then
I
okay.
have shields.
Okay, then it's no problem.
There's
Another
bunker
bunker,
here.
another bunker is over here.
Yeah.
I need to change my shotgun, bro.
I think it's already
I need to change my shotgun. I mean, it's the combat one.
Okay. Shotgun. Oh, shotgun. Shotgun's not here.
Okay, it's alright. You gonna make it? Okay, there are medkits.
We have medkit.
There's no medkit.
Okay. You heal. You heal.
Where is it?
Where?
I
used
threw
it.
a medkit, right?
Yeah, I used it.
Okay. Let's go.
I think I saw some
Get in,
bandages
get in.
here. Do you have mats?
No, I have a mats.
Hey,
Full of them.
mats here.
I have 500.
Okay.
You know, if you kill just an enemy, you will get a full mat. That's why we are failing in rank. In rank, all you have to do is just kill one enemy, then you will get full of mats. Then you won't lose Maggie. At 90% you won't lose. If you are able to kill an enemy at the start. Another here. 18. I think he has a medallion.
Bro, you're blocking me out.
Where is he? I got a medkit.
Where is he? Bro, he's coming.
You just have to run. Leave me here. Just run. Run, where are you?
I just used my medkit.
Okay. I will take them away. Use the medkit and fight them.
Bro, where are you?
I have their car, boss car. I have the boss.
Okay. I'll come and
Hit the car. Don't come, hit the car. Hit the car. Oh, take the. Okay, that's good. The car is great.
enemy.
Yes, hit them. Like, hit him.
I did the.
Shoot.
Get him back.
Oh, he's inside the car.
Okay. Bro, I'm on HP, bro. Heal him.
Oh, I'm dead.
Wait a minute, I'll heal.
Okay, it's now. Don't worry. Crouch. Okay, shoot.
Okay.
What happened?
I'm not able to pick up the shotgun.
You can.
Got it.
Just wait for a minute.
Where are you?
I'm dead. Wait.
You are.
Use the gun, run. Use the gun and run. He will shoot you through the car. Okay, run. Use the boost.
Any back.
You have to eject the car when it is on your hip. Yeah. Leave the car and boost. And jump. I mean, use the gun. Jump. More height.
Wait.
Push. Just stop for a second. Crouch.
I think they'll get me.
Crouch. Come here.
What?
Shit.
Okay, bro. I have to leave. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah. Creator मेरा Ora. I'm Mr. Lonely, but I'm lonely. Hey, Zen. हेलो।
हाँ भाई, क्या हाल है?
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
बस अभी गेम चालू करा है
Okay.
इतने दिनों में। अभी इसको क्लिक करना।
जो तुम इसकी स्टोरी वीडियो देखे ना,
स्क्वाड खेल रहे क्या? हेलो।
एक ही मैच खेल पाऊंगा यार, जल्दी चालू करते हैं।
Okay.
appreciating the price.
What color do they come in?
क्या चल रहा है? कहाँ चल रहा है ये? हेलो।
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
किधर चलें? किधर चलें?
चलो कहीं भी चलो, मेरे को आइडिया।
आइडिया नहीं, आइडिया नहीं। क्या कर रहे हो? लेफ्ट क्लिक राइट क्लिक करना पड़ेगा तुमको।
चेक कर रहा था यार कैसे चलता है।
तो गाड़ी में रख के ब्लास्ट कर लिया तो गाड़ी टूट जाएगी। छोड़ दे वो गायब हो गया।
गाड़ी पीछे बढ़ गई हमने।
क्या क्या गाड़ी भी
पीछे कोई पड़ गया अपने शायद।
कहाँ जा बता तो बुलेट प्रूफ टायर। लड़ाई फॉलो कर रहे हैं। कोई अटैचमेंट लगाओ यार गाड़ी को अटैचमेंट।
लेने वाले पीछे बढ़ गए।
हाँ
चल फाइट लेते हैं। मेरे साथ है।
क्या क्या ऊपर वाले को शूट करना। सारे पे शूट।
अरे यार पीछे बढ़ गया था। जोन में जाऊंगा। लिया डेथ टू। अरे इसमें आना। अच्छा खेल रहा है यार गेम से आने गेम से आने हारू
हाँ
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो
You said to get nice cycle on my agent 私が勝ち取る to stay 止まらないスピード真っ最中勝利の方程式を出しいつか
Ready. One dead. Another dead. One remaining. Okay, team dead. Wait, up. Don't shoot it. No, don't shoot it.
Then you fight in there. क्या था ये क्या मिला है तेरे को
यार एक मिनट बाहर आ जा चलो कार रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा हमको कार रिपेयर करना
कहाँ से करनी है
वहाँ चलो वहाँ है रिपेयर मिटकी चाहिए मुझे ये तो मिटकी ना गिर गया
हमें इसके पास माइक भी नहीं है
क्या
एक
स्किन स्किन
माइक माइक
हाँ चलो 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 ऊपर लेगा हाँ वहाँ है ना वो वहाँ चलो ये नहीं वहाँ वो तोड़ना मत यहाँ यहाँ जा तोड़ना मत उसको
अबे बहुत तेज चल रही गाड़ी।
वहाँ चलो तोड़ना मत उसको या तो मर जाओगे मिट्टी है क्या तेरे पास मिट्टी
चला जाऊंगा है ना।
मिट्टी नहीं क्या मेरे पास मिट्टी
ना चल आ रहा हूँ चल जुन्नू उड़ जाऊंगा। पढ़ने जाना मेरा वजू है मैं जा ही रहा हूँ।
How many people leave all this crap?
Hello?
Hey, come back. Oh, did you see that now? I'll clean that first. Oh. These no teams, they're supposed to be a 1v1, but there's some type of teams.
This year, there's a new home for the holidays. Join me on Winter Island, where the loot is as deep as the snow, and dreams come true for those in the know. Grab your merriest pickaxe, squad up, and make all our wishes come true. Ready up, drop in with me, make a wish that it's our victory. We can dream if we just believe, all the loot will find us. Winter time, find a chest, grab a quest, chop down a tree. I drop a shield, if you drop one from me, this winter fest will be the best. All the loot will find us. Winter time, my winter wish for
இது அவ்வளோதான். ఇది
6,000 ఎంత అవుద్ది 3 రూపాయలు అవుద్ది
అవసరం లేదు
నెలకి
6,000కి 3 రూపాయలు తీసుకుంటాం.
చెప్పే
180.
తీసుకుంటే కొడతా అక్కడ నుంచి
Very nice.
This year, there's a new home for the holidays. Join me on Winter Island, where the loot is as deep as the snow, and dreams come true for those in the know. Grab your merriest pickaxe, squad up, and make all our wishes come true. Ready up, jump in with me, make a wish that it's our victory. Dream if we just believe, all the loot will find us. Winter time, find a chest, grab a quest, jump down a tree. I'll drop a shield if you drop one from me. This winter fest will be the best. All the loot will find us. Winter time, my winter wish for little whip and split. It's an
സൂപ്പർ പഞ്ചായത്തിലിത് ഇതിന് ఎక్కడ చచ్చిపోయాడు? షార్ట్ గన్ ఒక weapon ఇది. Running. 21 seconds. Zone away for can. 15 seconds. Plus.
You said to get nice cycle on my edge and what that she got to stay. Nice be the massage. Sure, you know, hold this shit, keep that shit. Here's a girl. Shouldn't be
fighter than what we've seen from his teammates in the past. I think it's going to benefit them a lot more. I think they're going to go into this grand finals with a little bit more confidence. Yes, it could go wrong for them. We've highlighted it. You've talked about it as well, Evan. It could go wrong, and it has gone wrong in the past. But I think now with Flixie, this is a duo that is just so exciting because they seem to have all the ingredients for success. The balance, the eliminations, the fights, the damage. It just seems like it's all playing into their hands right now. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they win.
Well, you know what? You might have been describing Vika and Flixie then, but it also sounded like you were describing Swizzy and Vaniac Mini Minor. And I'm just wondering, could this be our first Euro to ever take a European FNCS back-to-back, given that they were our Major 2 champions?
I think they certainly have a big chance at it, right? This is probably undoubtedly the best team this season. I mean, Vico just said it there in the interview. This is the team to look out for this season. 2 incredible fighters as well. 2 very, very talented players. And I think a team that might have been affected by the Slurp Cacti removal. Of course, they land towards the south side of the map there at Brutal Beachhead. They will take some fights, but I've also seen them sitting inside of those Surge bases as well. And of course, they don't have that shield medallion that, of course, another team like Mustache and Malabuka will have. So I think it might work against them today, Levin.
Nah, I don't agree with that at all. I think it benefits them. When you look at the games from the semi-finals a lot of the time, right, they weren't actually playing in Surge bases that much. A lot of the time they were trying to fight on Windmill. Obviously that team would often be, you know, like a Seti and Cammy or something. They were actually relying on fighting a lot more than I initially had thought they were. And, you know, again, before the Slurp Cacti changes, I would have thought, oh, maybe that could be a problem. Because Brutal, as much as it's...
Thank you, dude. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Original Droop as well. He's Spiky Dot, J Quinn. Oh my god.
Now, though, with that change, I think they're in a much better spot to be able to rely on fighting a bit more here and there, because, again, these are 2 individuals that are just unbelievable in those moments.
You know what, boys? In the last year, we've often referred to Venno as the best player in the world. But do you think that actually maybe now, this season, Swizzy's challenging him for that?
Hey, look, I mean, shout out to my good friend Resub. Resub's been saying, is this the Swizzy area? I think we are in the Swizzy area. Like, this is, you know, maybe not the most historic of runs. I think we've seen people have greater FNCS runs, but obviously one at the back end of the year with Puchik in Chapter 4, obviously has had a great run so far this season, last season winning. Like, he's just been on a roll. And to me, it's hilarious when you have Vico, who's like won, you know, 3 back-to-back cash cups, and he's still there going, yeah, but we're not the best team because of Swizzy and Vaniac, right? It's like, it just goes to show you the levels that Swizzy is at individually. I think most people consider him the best player in E, and rightfully so.
Can't forget about Vaniac though, right? I mean, Vaniac is another player that is also at that level, and that's what makes this duo so exciting. Last major, we saw solo clutches from both Swizzy and Vaniac. I know there's an amazing one that I think just basically secured them the FNCS win. I think it was Vaniac there against Teeny, and it was just so many solo clutches. Whereas this season 11, it doesn't seem like they're actually playing as much into those, although they can pull it out the bag when they need it, which of course Vaniac has done in the past. It seems like there's been so much less solo clutches from these guys.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think anybody intentionally wants to play into solo clutching, right? Like, you solo clutch because you have to, not because you want to. I think the key thing is that it's obviously great that they're not having to rely on it as much. It means that, you know, their end games are a lot cleaner right now. They're surviving together a lot more, but they still have that solo clutch potential, like you mentioned. Here is a game from the semis last weekend where Vaniac doing what he does best. Like, the thing about Vaniac's solo clutches that I love is that he's not necessarily just like completely fragging out like how he used to at times in Chapter 3. It's like he will just stay alive. Like, he will like dodge and weave through builds, and he's like running around teams, and you almost can't catch him. It's like really, really funny to watch a lot of the times. And yeah, they rely on those solo clutches last season. I think there'll be a big benefit for them this season as well.
There's no doubt that Swizzy and Vaniac are going to pull off a fantastic performance. I am curious about one more duo, and they were our Major 1 champions at the start of the year, Mustache and Malabuka. Perhaps Major 2 wasn't their best season, but from last weekend's semi-finals, I'm actually feeling good vibes about this duo right now, especially watching Mustache clutch things out, Mini Minor.
Yeah, Mustache is one of those players that I looked into, and I was thinking that Mustache seems to peak at the beginning of the year. Major number 1, he always seems to absolutely pop off. Of course, people will remember Chapter 4 Major 1, managed to win it with Tayson, didn't quite have that same level throughout the rest of the year. And this chapter, I should say, seems a little bit similar. Chapter 5 Major 1, Mustache led Mustache with Malabuka, I should say, with 37 eliminations to Malabuka's 14. Chapter 5 Major 2, they had 17 eliminations each. Now Malabuka's actually leading Mustache in eliminations, so it begs the question, is Mustache able to keep up this level throughout the whole time? It seems like he's solo clutching a little bit less, Levin, and I'm interested to see what he can do today, because he's one of those players that does turn it on when it comes to grand finals.
Yeah, I think he's the key player here for this team. You almost sort of know what you're going to get from Malabuka, right? He doesn't need to frag out as much, but he's always going to have big clutches. Mustache is the one that obviously obviously they give the machinist medallion to. He's the one that gets the best AR in the game. Like, he's the one that you really need to step up and have big performances. He did that in Major 1. You could argue he was the best player in the world at that time. He was playing phenomenally. Now it's about whether he can actually do it again here, because now with the changes to the Surge meta, a lot of people are looking at these guys as the true favorites now. You're landing at the best spot regline rig. You have the best win condition with the AR and the medallion. Like, all eyes point to them, right? I think when it comes to like who is the #1 favorite to win FNCS in EU this season, they need to play into their strengths. I think it works for them being such an aggressive duo to have these items as well to pair with that. They're looking really good.
Well, Levin, you mentioned the Mythic AR a few times there. Obviously, these boys are dominating early game at Redline Rig. They're securing the loot they need to hopefully secure themselves a victory royale this weekend. Why is it such a game changer for them?
Like I just said, it just plays into an aggressive playstyle so much. You have two items, right, in the medallion and the AR that lean well to being aggressive. What do you typically expect from Malabuka and Mustache? Aggressiveness, right? That is what they are so good at. And so the ability to just wipe teams using those items is going to be very, very prominent. Also playing height with it. I think when you look at NA, Peter Bot and Poyo are the ones that usually have this AR, and they use it so well on height because they just suffocate the rest of the lobby. You almost can't go up on height. Malabuka and Mustache Mini aren't necessarily a height team, but I think they need to play into that a bit more to use the AR to the best of its abilities.
I think that's been a bit of a problem for them this season, and whenever I've watched them, I don't see that consistent game plan that we're used to seeing from Malabuka and Mustache, maybe that we've seen from Chapter 3, for example, where we know they're going to be playing the mid to low ground layers. We know they're going to be going for pre-edits. It seems like they're in a bit of a no man's land right now. It's like, do we play high? We should do, or do we play low? I think they're going to have to make a decision this weekend to find success.
Oh, I have no idea who is going to be taking the Axe of Champions this weekend. Despite all of your expert opinions, boys, basically the duos are just too good, and so is this duo. Doing the honours of casting Grand Finals weekends, it is, of course, Jacob PR and Takata.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Nobody knows who's going to take it home. Will Swizzy and Vanya be the first duo to get back-to-back major championship titles on EU? Will a surprise duo be able to take it home, seeing that a lot of EU Titans went to NA for this major? Only time will tell, Jacob.
Yeah, with this being the last major of the day, there's spots up for grabs. The Axe of Champions, with the grand finals are ready. Let's get right into it.
It's time to kick off the EU FNCS Grand Finals. Game 1 is always one of my favorite matches, Jacob. You kind of get to see how the vibes are, how the players are feeling. A lot of duos do have some problematic early games, contestations that they're going to have to get themselves through to make it to the late game.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, especially with the changes that we're talking about with the cactuses, where a lot of players were easily able to get their Storm Surge. The thresholds were so high that players were having to think outside of the box or sometimes inside of their Surge Tower to try to get their shots. There's a huge amount of flexibility and not a lot of time to adapt for this Grand Finals, and that's why we're really going to see who is the best Fortnite players in terms of adaptability.
One of the quickest early game battles is QNDX Phantom up against Haijo and Kaido. Phantom gonna be the one securing that initial chest to get some tags onto Haijo alongside this slurp truck. This is the best place to land at this drop spot because you instantly get 200 effective HP and shield from that slurp truck and are able to push your opponents incredibly fast. So if Haijo and Kaido aren't or don't get the best of luck here in terms of loot, it's gonna be very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They kind of sacrifice the shield, the instant shields for more of the loot on the other side. So far, it does kind of seem to be working out for him. Haijo just takes a little bit too much of a fall, backs down. Kaido goes down. Haijo scrambling around. And the Middle East champions moving on over to EU. In Game 1, they're making sure their presence is known.
That's a drop diff in my books, Jacob. Beat them with the drop, got the slurp truck, and closed it out by the book. Good way to start it off, but it's 12 matches that these duos are going to have to play out, potentially against each other, if neither switch up their drop spots. But let's head over to Mount Olympus. Snazy and Podosai already with 2 eliminations.
Yeah, and our analysts were talking about this team when we started the show. Mount Olympus, uncontested versus contested. They were talking about how this team performs a little bit better when they are contested, and that was before with the Cactuses. Now with the switch up, this surge is going to mean much more for either one of these teams. But on the other side of Podesai and Snazy, Philip Monk and Byron, they were the ones that kind of earned their spot for this grand finals. They didn't just qualify in through a couple of quick placements here and there. They got one of those victory royales.
Yeah, Byron actually being one of the 17 players that are competing in their first ever FNCS finals. So he's alongside a more finals experienced player being Flip Monk, but Byron, it's his first one. We'll see if the nerves get to him or if he can perform. But going against Podesai and Snazy, I know it's going to be difficult, Jacob.
Yeah. He gets already a little bit of heals. He does have the treasure map, which should get him a few more bigs. And this is the fight that I was talking about. Podesai just taking note of every single movement. Snazy was there, but he didn't even need the help as we continue to go fight to fight. And do you think, Takata, this many early game actions is kind of standard? Or do you this because of the players fighting for Surge early on?
I mean, Surge, like we said, isn't going to be as prevalent as it has been when the Slurp Cacti were into play, but it's grand finals. No matter what happens, no matter what the meta is, Storm Surge is going to be at an all-time high. The level in this lobby is at an all-time high, so being able to get that damage early on can kind of set you up for that late game, but the issue is the majority of teams that do end up securing those VRs and even finishing in first place in the grand finals or just getting higher placements overall tend to be uncontested. We've seen success in contested duos, but in general, on average, being uncontested does cause you to perform better. We'll see if that's the case today, though.
Yeah, it's just a whole different comfortability. You can loot up, you can get your materials, start the rotation. Continue to watch Dexy play a little bit aggressive, going for the piece control. Another team with him and Eclipse qualifying through a victory royale. Really proving they have the blueprint to get some big wins, but it usually does start with little fights like this, just out sort of Rebel's Roost. Contested this time around, but they want to make sure that they not only get as much loot as possible, but get some early Storm Surge and just get one team out of their path.
Shots coming through from both ends here. Dexy now dropped the 15 shield. Looking to see if he can get a bit of real estate onto his opponents. AR shot comes through, but you gotta be careful to not overextend. Dexy's been cracked now, 67 HP to work with. And he's gonna be forced to play it a bit slow here. Recuperate what he's lost.
Kind of take their time. There's just a lot of freedom here, but because this fight did start so early on in the game, it really comes down to material count. How much did you farm up before you got to this point? You see between Dexy and Eclipse, relatively healthy. They're able to maintain their position above Maxi and Mystic down below. And just depending on what their material count is, you can kind of tell why they're turtling. They don't have the materials to make this an all-out build fight, gain some advantage on the high ground. So they're just kind of left right now. They're left waiting on that low ground with very little flexibility. It's really up to Dexy and Eclipse how this fight continues to go. It's they either have to disengage or they're just going to hold them in that spot. And with the zone moving south, I'm not sure that's good for either team.
Yeah, I mean, with the zone pulling south, this north side is going to be more of the uncongested side, so they're not going to find as many duos here versus if they were a bit more south. So if they don't get enough damage in this early engagement, it could cause some problems, especially if they're not able to rotate out early due to stalling out that fight. We can see QNDX Phantom. It is the duo that took home those 2 quick eliminations off their drop spot, but Yanis and Pixie said, you know what, we want a little piece of that action. So they're going to start pushing on in, but Pixie's almost going to get cracked. This is looking quite dangerous.
You can see both the Slurp Cacti is being used. You see with the changes, they're not going to be growing back, so that's all the healing that Phantom and QNDX are going to get out of those. Yanis and Pixie rotating on over from Brawler's Battleground. They're probably looking at the beat, spotting this as a plan of attack. Not too far off, and especially it being contested over down here, it's easy for them to take a little bit of time, get some materials, rotate on over, either get surge tags to try to hold this team down. They do have the launch pad that they can use as well, as long as it doesn't broken, and the zone is right there, so there is, in theory, a lot of time that can be expended in this situation, win or lose.
Time is good. Time is exactly what you need in a grand finals. You could even see on the feed, Dexy was able to pick up an elimination for Pixie and Yanis. I don't see them playing incredibly aggressive here. They're more kind of looking for shots back and forth. Murstache and Lavuka are close by as well. If they want to join the action, they have the opportunity to. But the longer this fight takes, the more they're missing out on farming materials and continuing to kind of set themselves up in a more dominant position for the mid game. So you can see now this caused them to step it up a little bit, get the gears running as the aggression is going to come through. Yanis is going to get pushed by both players, but so far, neither duo has been cracked.
I like what Pixie was trying to do. Weaken the walls, you can nitro your way in, but he immediately saw them try to extend themselves upward. 2v1 on the Yanis. Pixie quickly reacting, but now those third-party shots are beginning to come in. A very, very prolonged fight. Redline Rig saying, hey, what's going on over here? I didn't get my invitation, but I'm ready to crash it nonetheless. And the longer this one goes, because it is so close to the zone, it will become 3 teams with Malibuca and Mustache towards the outside, have most of the advantage overall because they can just target this out. They have the Machinist Medallion, they have the Mythic AR, they have everything that they need, and the zone on their side.
Advantage is what they have. You can see they don't even have to force themselves to get too close. They can just kind of take some pop shots. It's a very good opportunity to get a bit of damage in without having to put much risk at play. For Phantom QNDX, though, they're kind of sandwiched in between both duos, so it's not like they have a lot of options until one of their opponents start rotating away, which is exactly what Yanis and Pixie are going to end up doing. They got their share of damage. They're happy with it for now. They don't want to take any more risks, seeing that Mustache and Malibuca are close by. So overall, I think that was a successful kind of little engagement.
Yeah, I think it really all depends on how much they surge they're able to get out of that. But you see the zone is moving south, staying in that fight. Yeah, you can kind of get more surge, maybe some eliminations, but more and more teams will move from the north, take over the spots. When you got there first, you landed at Brawlers. You should have one of the best spots in the game to build your tower. Hideo Nebs, Queasy, and Thomas. You're seeing the flexibility out of both of these teams already. During last week in the qualifiers, they were kind of forced to go south for those cactuses, and now with the freedom of their game plan, Thomas and Queasy, I feel like, are going to have a resurgence, able to build momentum much quicker here this weekend.
Thomas, HD, Queasy going to continue on rotating through, but Chap and Teeny is actually a duo that I'd like to see perform today. So far, they've kind of based themselves up close to one of their opponents to see if they can get a bit of tags, but gonna decide to take the safer route this time around.
Yeah, luckily they do have those dashes. It does make it a little bit easier to get from point A to point B a lot of the time, especially a team like Chap and Teeny who do like to get aggressive, take over some spots, as we see Swizzy and Vanya looking around the map. They go from brutal beachhead. Now they have kind of an uncontested bunker, and that's one of the last things you want to do or kind of give up to a team like this is freedom, flexibility. Now they can add their attachments, their modifications to their weapons. That kind of sets them up even more so than they were before. You see the Flowberry Fizz, the Crash Pads, the Medallion, and Swizzy as well. A lot of flexibility for one of the best players in EU right now.
With the potential to make history today, Jacob. They did take home the previous major championship, and they could be the first duo on EU to get a back-to-back championship. A lot of people have them as their favorites going into today, just like they do Vico and Flixie. Landing at Reckless uncontested. They have their surge base built up now. You heard Vico talk about it in the interview. He's not too worried about the Slurp Cacti change. They were not using it too much, seeing that they are more on the southern side of the map, so their game plan has not been affected.
And hopefully so. They were one of the most dominant, consistent teams throughout semifinals and qualifier. And they can kind of stick to their game plan, play straight for consistency. As last time we saw Chap and Team, they're just kind of dashing around. You can see what they were dashing for, trying to find a team that they think they can catch off guard. One of the more aggressive teams that like to fight time and time again. And this is where it's going to get tricky because it is a full-on box fight. It is in the zone, and it is in a direction where teams will begin to rotate down towards.
I remember Chapantini in one of the previous majors this year went from 16th place in day 1 to 2nd in day 2. If any duo can make a comeback, it's them. Good news is they're in the first match, so no comeback has to be made as long as they're consistent. As a reminder, this is kind of the underworld area of the map where you have that water of sticks, that green water that grants you those dashes. To propel yourself forwards, you can regenerate it just by stepping inside the water. As you can see, these duos making use of that.
I'm a little bit concerned right now for these guys because if you look at their ammunition, barely a clip on his assault rifle, maybe a reload in his shotgun, and then he has the small fries, 3 minis, so you can already tell these guys have been having a little bit of a rough early game in terms of loot, and I think getting out and away from Chapentini was probably one of the best decisions, because even if you win that fight, there's so many other teams that will jump on top.
That's true. Take a replay. Cami Seti. Looks like something might have went wrong for them. Both players being extremely low. I don't see Seti getting out of this situation anytime soon. As the gentleman duo might have just cleaned up our FNCS Invitational champions.
Not too worried just yet. Like we've been talking about, this is only game 1 out of 12 games. It's a marathon, not a race. And then on top of that, Takata, day 2, 1.5 times multiplier, which means as long as you perform decently enough today, you're going to give yourself a shot to perform well in day 2, close that gap if there is one, and hopefully either take home that Axe of Champions or at the bare minimum, a global championship spot.
A lot on the line, Jacob. It is the last major before the global championship. We'll be filling up those final spots for the in-person event of the year. As we go back over to Rift Island, it's going to be Kiro Mapi up against Chapentini here. Seeing who is going to be able to secure the flag.
Trying to back him off as much as possible. Doing a good job keeping that bottom control. The only thing right now is there could be a small possibility that Chapentini are just trying to extend upward enough. Yep, to the capture point still goes through. They're giving it up. Kind of letting Mappy and Kiro feel a little bit comfortable so that way they don't just push up, because you saw that they were weak. They were trying to heal. I think best case scenario for now for Chapentini, reading the situation, I think playing it right.
Yeah, you can see how many duos as well in the surrounding area are also kind of boxing out. You can see Queasy Thomas not too far. Zone's about 45 seconds till it closes and 5th zone appears. Storm Surge is most relevant in kind of 7th, 8th zone. I'm curious to see how those numbers kind of change today compared to the semifinals, especially with the Slurp Cacti changes. Mapi and Kiro getting quite close to caution here.
Yeah, they got a nice shot onto one. Teeny's just trying to get a flank. Mappy is down, but it is going to be a trade. 1v1's going to break down. You see him instantly trying to go for his teammate, maybe even trade revives. He thinks it's the best case scenario for now, especially since another team has landed on top of Rift Island. That's Focus. That's Belusi. They probably heard, saw something go down. Even Queasy and Thomas said, hey, this might be a good position for us, but they get quickly tossed off the island, which allows for enough time to be bought for Kiro to finish the revive onto Mappy. They're going to clean up the elimination onto Chap, so it does look like they're going to win that 2v2 for now.
This FNCS or Party Royale, look how many players are on the Rift Island right now. Thomas HD Queasy quickly decided against that idea though, when they saw the risk that was involved. Good news for Mappy and Kiro. They're back in the game now, picked up. Bad news. Do they have any heals? Do they have medkits, Jacob? I'm not sure.
Just looking at Teeny on the other side being very, very quiet. He can't even heal up, even though he does have the heals. 2 materials. This is just a rough spot to be in, because as soon as they go ahead, stand next to that wood wall, I feel like they're going to give a good shot to see Teeny. He's ready to edit, run out of there as fast as possible. And you're seeing what happened to Rift Island. It was a comfortable 2-team island for quite a little bit until Queasy, Thomas, Radeon, Belusi, all these duos jumped on top and tried to claim it for themselves. It's the best point of view in order to get Surge on the majority of the island.
Take a look at Kovacs now, 57 above. It's kind of that position where you're not in desperate need of Surge, but in the blink of an eye, it can change. On the other side of the wall, you have Podosai and Snazy. More than comfortable enough with the amount of damage they've already secured, which means they don't have to play aggressive. They're all in the defense here, just taking pop shots when Kovacs and Duo push in. Nitro is going to be popped, though. They're not in the zone yet, so they are going to be forced to rotate. Going to kind of recycle the builds from Podosai and Snazy here and follow them in, hopefully, with the hopes of picking up some tags.
Ooh, a nice little flank attack. He has the wall weak, breaks in with the Nitro. Doesn't necessarily want to fight on this rotation, especially since they're right there in zone, 5th zone. Ooh. This is when we start to get very, very close proximity to one another, making it harder to survive if a third party does start to jump on. Other side, Snade's beginning to rotate as well. Nobody really wanted to get too close too early, except for these guys here who are deep in the zone. They're fighting for a lot here because as soon as they make it out, they not only get the loot, but they get the zone right on their side, and there it goes. A trade. Thomas is going to win that one, but the focus from the lobby is coming in. He needs to get out. Just 3 ticks of HP is all he can take, and he's going to survive for now, and there's more than enough time for him to backtrack, get Queasy back on up as soon as he pops those colas.
There's a reason Thomas HD has the second most top 10 FNCS finals finishes out of any player in the world. The issue is Jacob. He's yet to take home that first place spot, that Axe of Champions. And with the push coming in from Pred and Radeon, looks like game 1 is not going to go their way.
That's just tough. That's a very tough situation to be in. And then Teeny from one tough situation to the next. He's using the cannon. Oh my gosh, Mappy! I was thinking he's using the cannonballs outside of the box and said, Mappy, you ain't going nowhere. Whoa.
Get back! That's a huge pickup from Mappy. 5'11" above. Take a quick replay. No shot. Not missing a single shot. Teeny thought he was slick with it. Cannonballing away. This was recently added last week. But good news is that Teeny has been putting in the work in terms of aim training. And it paid off.
Back-to-back shots. I didn't expect the cannonball, let alone back-to-back hand cannon shots. Really entertaining already, starting early on. 28 people still alive though, so even with those elimination placement points have not begun to set in just yet. 3 teams still need to go down. Chulix and Chicho, they're forced to rotate out of their surge tower, but with the crash pad, the Flowberry Fizz, and all that elevation, not only is nobody really going to see them, they're going to get in towards zone and be able to jump their way in.
Gotta be careful though. You need to wait for your builds to be fully constructed before making any edits or taking shots. You do not want the focus to go on you, especially when you land kind of in a center position in the zone without any duos close to you. It's very easy to get focused in that situation. Swizzy Vanya, just 46 above, not in the most comfortable position. A lot of stakes are on the line for this duo. So many people are rooting for them to take home Major 3.
About a new era of competitors. Hey, this could be it. Crash pad coming out. See him instantly covering the distance. Others already pressured and safe, but not too far off to go. You can see the ones that do have this max pull. It's almost vital that you have to have the Flowberry and the crash pad, especially without too many heals, not only in the inventory, but around the map as well.
Another Flowberry Fizz crash pad rotate coming in. Good opportunity to land a potential shot onto Lunix. And not only that, a full-on knock. All they have to do is take cover here now with these spare materials. They have a long ways to go before they fully make it into zone. Storm Surge is ticking, causing these players to apply pressure and do as much damage as possible. But one more crash pad Flowberry should be enough to get them right in.
Yep, and now they have options, different obstacles, but they're just going to go ahead and box up. 146 above the damage threshold, which is a little bit of a feeling of confidence, but where they're positioned now, they're really minimizing the amount of surge they're going to be able to get, because most of the teams, they will go up, they will go over, or they'll simply just go around where they're currently positioned.
Good news is, though, that elimination that they picked up has kind of granted them the come-through ability to be able to put themselves in a position like this, as you have Eclipse right on top of their box, just 32 HP, 1 shot away from going down, as the Nitro's going to come through. No more heals, no more shields. In one of the most desperate situations you can be in a grand finals, Eclipse needs a miracle.
Yeah, and a lot of these other teams are starting to take note when players are down surge, recklessly trying to jump into boxes. You have a little bit more choices of what you can do. You can fight it, bait a shot. You can just try to hold him out as Eclipse goes down. Him and Dexy are out. Merstache is going to fall. Malibuka now by himself. We were talking about this team and the red line rig and how much more powerful the loot is this time around. And unlike the semifinals, they're 520 above the damage threshold. They were struggling before, so they fixed one part of their game plan, but getting caught off guard is not something you can necessarily fix.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, they got good damage, but the bad news is teammates down. Malibuka's alone. Will he be able to clutch it out as a solo? I've seen him do it time and time again. Kiduo Nebs looking quite comfortable as well. Very close to the zone here. Majority of players still yet to have concluded their rotation. as once again we see a crash pad rotate into zone.
Just trying to get some cheeky little shirt shots as they fly across the sky. Some of the best and safest shots you're going to get, especially with everybody else having to rotate in. They found their spot in zone, and they've fallen just a little bit on that damage threshold. Still above, but by 22, with a couple more surge zones to go through, that's not a full feeling of comfortability, but you're seeing they're being very, very meticulous of when they peak and when they actually go for these surge shots. With everybody boxed up, they know how dangerous and risky it is.
In terms of duos that are looking healthy, Vico Flixie gonna be one of them. I saw CZB and Nathan just beside them as well. These are two incredibly powerful duos that can make something happen in this late game. In terms of high ground, it changes an average of 5 times during the matches throughout this season. So especially if you try and take it earlier on, you have to expect a lot of duos to try and contest it.
You can see right now just being very, very careful. Changing layers, going up, down, just trying to peek where's this rotation. Zone pulls forward, gives them a chance to look at pings and walks. No damage really able to get through, but you can see that on the wood, which means they're probably almost out of materials, just like Vico and Flixie, who are looking very, very thin, and that's why they're looking for an elimination, a refresh for those mats and resources.
Snazy now down below. We got to be careful. One of the most risky places to be in currently as Podesai has lost his duo partner, left the node, but decides, I want to get back into the action. Picks up an elimination on Nebs, picks up the materials from the Elim, but now eyes are on him. Podesai has to find an escape, and the crash pad might just be it.
Yeah, very early on, we have about 7 solos running around this lobby. Make it 6 as one of them's going to go down. Podesai still doing what he can, but he has no HP, no shields to regenerate, so he's going to have to either find a refresh or go through unnoticed. As you look in the sky, it's Mappy, Kiro. They found themselves positioned well above the rest, and this is a dangerous position for everybody below. We know how great Mappy is when somebody's flying through the sky. Now picture this with so much pressure, builds breaking, and chaotic scrambling going down on the low ground.
Issue is, all I see is wood in the inventory. Kiro as well with a little mistaken crash pad into the zone is now going to be forced to lose quite a bit of HP on his way back for Swizzy and Vanya, though. They're back together, grouped up, healed once again as they go onto the corner side of the bottom half of zone. Clownski X-Force are now going to be the kings of high ground.
Yeah, it's already changed hand once, and I think it might change again. There's still some crash pads in inventories. Mappy towards the backside of zone. Malabuka as well as he lasers somebody out of the sky. Clownski X-Force 4 eliminations, looking for their 5th when that one gets cleaned up. They have a decent amount of materials, but they are running out. Malabuka goes for the play one time, doesn't get it, and that's going to be regret because he goes down for it.
Top 8 finish for Malabuka. More than enough, seeing that Merstash went down basically the whole end game. Swizzy Vanya, though, both players still up. We can see that the chemistry is strong with this duo. They are clear favorites, and you can see why.
I think Mappy found another elimination as well, but they're just not concerned with that. They're just focused on their layer and nothing else, moving forward, staying ahead of the game, and that gives them the flexibility to look back when they want to, if they want to, and with the materials they're able to get with a right elimination at the perfect moment, Vanyak is able to place all of this space down below, and as long as he stays healthy on these materials, if it comes down to the final 2 teams, he got my vote.
Flipmonk goes down. Probably the duo with the most builds in the match currently is going to be Swizzy Vanya. Up above, we saw Clownski and his duo partner had, what, 4 materials? Like 10 seconds ago. They have to be running low shortly. Going to be forced to drop down and play a bit aggressive as Radion and Pred, 7 eliminations. Now going to have to hunt for more.
Yeah, all those solos littered around the lobby are no longer there. It's all duos left alive. Some in a stronger position than others. The zone is going to continue to move up this mountain ever so slightly. Means a team like Radion and Prejay have to get up, and they have to get up quick. And with everybody fighting above, that's a little bit of a distraction, but they take some of the focus. A lot of damage onto Radion. He's scrambling around. Teammate gets left behind. Swizzy and Vanya are the ones that are fighting him, and they both go down for it.
The change in elevation, it's too much for these players down below. Axe-Force, Clownski capitalizing on this zone, making the most of the situation, is now all they have to do is look back and connect their shots.
Yeah, nobody's gonna be able to contest them. They were just trapped. They were just boxed down below. That one was like taking candy from a baby the moment they got high ground from Kiro and Mappy.
Perfect zones for Clownski X-Force. All they had to do at that point was play it by the books. They had basically no materials in the last 2 moving zones, but luckily enough, the zone did pull back, so they didn't have to use more materials. All
23 points in total. Podage and Radon with a 9-kill third as well in second. We got Prison Cast.
Cleaned it up, and they secured the victory royale for game 1 of the EU FNCS Grand Finals.
Ooh, baby. Even with what little builds they did have left, you saw the crash pad to save them.
We'll check the bingo board in a second, chat, and then we'll...
Crown and Axe Force will not be upset about that, right? They'll take whatever they can get, and The zone sort of played perfectly for them up this mountain, right? Everyone was struggling beneath them, really.
Yeah, and that's important for these guys because, of course, they are contested over there at Pleasant Piazza. So getting big games like this in the very first games can do wonders for their confidence. As you mentioned, the way that they played height was really nice. Just the ability to see that a team have had a bit of an oopsie up over there on height and crash banning into the storm, and just having the ability and the confidence to say, right, we don't have that many materials. I think they only had about 200 between the two of them to go there and take height. Zone did play back for them, but it was a nicely played end game and a game that's going to boost their confidence massively, I'm sure.
Mini Miner, were you surprised not to see Swizzy and Vaniac really challenge for height in this game? I know they kind of got separated as we headed into the end game, managed to reunite, but then they didn't really make a challenge.
Yeah, they didn't. And I think we have seen them do that a lot throughout this season. It was something that I was expecting them to do. Maybe not in game one, though. I don't think I'm too disappointed or surprised that they haven't necessarily just gone all out height, because I think it just shows that they have this element to their game. They can play mid to low. Of course, we broke it down at the beginning of the show. They're both incredible fighters. They both know how each other play, and they haven't really been playing as solos too much, and I think this is going to be crucial for them today, knowing how to play these layers really well.
Yeah, I think, Frankie, you know, when we looked at last Grands, right, when they won, they played a lot of height, and that was sort of where we saw them a lot prominently. The key factor of that was they were able to do these really cool height things with the wings and fizzing that not many people could do. So a lot of the time they just catch people off guard on height. And it's funny because we sort of have a similar thing this season with crash pads where you can just go up really high vertically. But because almost everyone can do it, you don't have that same surprise factor. And I think that's part of why we're going to see them less on height throughout the weekend. I think we'll still see it here and there, but it's not going to be like the defining factor for them like it was when they won last season.
What's interesting for me now, guys, looking at the standings, is Cartwrighter 7th, where Vico and Flixie are. And they only have 4 eliminations. Now, that's great for most duos. But Mini Miner, I'm kind of surprised. I would have expected them to have more, especially as they got fairly far in the game.
Yeah, they did. I mean, we wrote them down as the best fighters in the lobby at the beginning of the day. And I think we saw a different approach to them. We didn't see them just absolutely W king on spawn. We saw them playing that Surge Tower. I know Vico was sat up in one inside of Reckless. Really, really tall tower up on top of the main building. So it seems like they're trying to just get ease into it, I suppose, if you like, for this first game of Grand Finals. No doubt if they need to, they'll pull out some fights in mid-game, and maybe that end game wasn't quite to their standard that they would have liked, but still more to come from that duo for sure.
And also, I have to say, there's more than I expected in a way from Pradaj and Radion. I know we're only one game in, Levin, but this is a duo that I feel like we haven't really spoken much about, even though I have it on your authority, they've been around for a while. But in the semi-finals, getting Victory Royale last weekend, I was like, who are these guys? And they're showing up again.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Big ups to Pradaj and Radion. It's funny, I was watching Pradaj play some scrims yesterday, right? Obviously trying to get accustomed to the new, Surge meta. And they were struggling with Surge. They were down, but it's good to see that, the scrims sort of helped them figure something out for this game. Obviously, I think they're contested today by T-Chips and Deciptor, so interesting to see how they'll sort of fare throughout all the games. But I think the key factor clearly here was Radion just going ballistic in this end game, right? 8 elims, popping off. When you have a player that's going to pop off like that, you're going to have good games out of it. The key will just be, can they do this consistently? It's game 1 of a 12-game format. You never want to get too ahead of yourself by what things look like on the standings at this point, right? There's still so much more to go.
Are you expecting Mini Miner, Mappy and Kiro to pick themselves up again after that fluff on the crash pad?
Yeah, I think so. I know we've spoken about this team quite a lot throughout this chapter. Just, of course, Kiro and Kiddo splitting, now Mappy and Kiro coming together. It seems like they have so much to give. It seems like leading up to Grand Finals, they're such a strong team, yet they just don't seem to deliver when it does come to Grand Finals. That might be a little bit of one of those where it's like an example of where they might have a few nerves going into this one, because, of course, this is their final opportunity to qualify for globals. And it was a really interesting way that this actually happened. It just seemed like a bit of a snap decision for them to throw down the crash pad and, of course, go into the storm. It just didn't quite seem as though they were confident and comfortable up there.
I think it was a bit accidental, right? I think Nappy wanted to just go to front side. They're sort of running low on mats, maybe land on a team and just try and get in box, right? And then Kiro steps on it the wrong way and just gets blasted out into storm. It's a bit unfortunate. I can sort of see what they were trying to do there, but yeah, the execution a bit off.
Levin, do you think that they wouldn't have been in that situation if they hadn't tried to take high ground so early? Because you just were saying they were running out of mats.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story of the season. I feel like a lot of the times we see teams on height struggling, and then it's like, we're up here, what do we do when we're here? We have nothing to play with it.
Back.
One.
Let's go.
Uno. Ya, hombre.
He's cracked. Leave it.
You can't miss them.
You gotta be careful though, because they'll start to shoot back, and I think they heard Nathan's shield get cracked. They're gonna go up. Let's take a look. The red line rig. This is where Malabuka was by himself, and it almost looks like he doesn't have to worry. You're no longer by yourself. You're just back in the lobby with your teammate.
I'd be worrying if I was back in the lobby, but I'm still curious to kind of what went wrong. Merstash got eliminated earlier on, and they didn't instantly kind of push Malabuka, so I wonder if they just found him as a solo. I wonder how much eliminations Pixie and his duo has. I wasn't able to see it. Could tell me the answer. Let's take a look, though, at how Mystic got this elimination. One for the duo.
Yeah, this is something that we kind of saw start to break out before we went into the replay. It was actually CZB that went down. I thought it was going to be Nathan there for a second, because Nathan was the one that got cracked by the third party. They instantly heard that and went up, but it was just CZB, probably trying to alleviate some of the pressure. He's going to go down for it. I can only assume that's Nathan, all the way back in Lavish Lair. He has no choice but to go back, try to get his reboot card. And the biggest blessing for him is if a bunker opens up back there in the storm, they'll have no worries.
Would be ideal. You gotta kind of hope in situations like this. The odds are in your favor. Thomas HD now has kind of, we like to say, that 2024 Storm Surge base set up, blocking those crash pads. But without any eliminations, they are going to need to do a significant amount of damage. They have time for Deal and Reason. One of the other 8 duos that has made all 3 EU Grand Finals this year. And rightfully so.
Yeah, you see them just trying to elevate themselves a little bit. They don't got the massive Surge Tower. At least they're not utilizing it just yet. Maybe they're still trying to get. They're split up, and that's why you can see they're not just having that full focus towards the top. They need to be able to close the distance right away when they do have a chance. Just trying to make sure they replenish as much as they just use. Axe Force Clownski, they have that one elimination still around Pleasant. Honestly, no reason for them to move, or no drastic reason so soon. They did get the one elimination, some Surge, and then the zone is pulling in their favor, so they can realistically take as much time as they need. Time
is everything in the Grand Finals, both in the early, mid game. even in the late game, depending on how much loot you're able to get through your impacts. The thing I'm looking at, though, is in the surrounding area of Pleasant Piazza, they don't have too many options right now. Having kind of pulled the zones and being in more a mid-map location. Kiro and Moppy, though, they have a rotate to do.
Just interesting to see how many times Mappy is going to get the mythic hand cannon. Because we did see, after that game 1, Chaptini say, hey, we are going towards Rift Island. We're not going to let anybody get it for free, even if that means we have a bad game in one of them, which we did see them sacrifice themselves for that Rift Island, try to get that loot. It was Mappy, it was Kiro, the ones that took them down. And with that amount of confidence, that's almost scary to go up against a team like Chaptini.
I mean, if you hit a headshot with that hand cannon, it's a clear advantage for the rest of the fight. Looking in the feed, Flixie even picking a player out. Oh, look at that, though. Look at Prism Jacob. Both players crouched. Looking for a 3-2-1 onto Mappy, but nothing significant is going to connect.
Yeah, you talk about having to hit those shots. You got to hit those opportunities as well. Those opportunities aren't going to come as freely as you'd think. Players just kind of rotating the open, unsuspecting, because Zane gets closer and closer towards the end. Everybody's going to be in closer proximity to one another, and so players aren't going to be rotating around. They're going to be tunneling. They're going to be in surge bases, boxed up, waiting for that next zone.
You can see Queasy Thomas now using minis, using bigs to recuperate that shield they lost when before they could have just pickaxed the slurp cacti. Now they're forced to use all these heals in the mid game to kind of recuperate what they lose getting those surge tags. Issue is in the late game now, they're not going to have too many options to heal. Mappy, though, Hero, weren't too happy with the 3-2-1 onto them. They've decided the aggression now is their side of the play, as a quick crack is going to come on to Casper.
That stair placement was just as beautiful as the shot. Kind of dropped them down into the box. And now they're just ready to get aggressive. They don't want to give them time to heal. Minis, colas, nothing here in a situation like that. They get the wall weak. They nitro their way in there. Freshly built walls. That's not what you're going to use to defend. They're quickly running away on the same layer. Finally, they move up. That's going to be the best way to escape. But Kiro and Mappy are just continuously hot on the heels. And they're even looking like they might try and chop them down altogether. Hey, you're going to run. We're going to bring the fight back down to us.
Nitro's going to run out. They tried playing ultra aggressive, but with unable to make it into their opponent's box. Looks like they're going to take a quick breath as the medkit is going to come through. Prism Casper said, okay, we should probably get to 200 effective HP and shield if they're going to push us like that. The zone is far, and it is going to start closing in just 5 seconds, so I don't think they're going to make another push.
Yeah, they're just trying to go out. Hero Mappy going to get some shots, recycle that same crash pad if they so choose. But they can also go ahead and move forward. Even though the cactuses don't respawn, there could be a chance that, hey, maybe somebody didn't use them. Maybe they can use those to replenish the missing shield, the HP that they might need, since now they're staggering back into zone. Looking up towards the Rift Island, though. I see 3 teams. One of them not necessarily claiming it like they thought and said they would, but Vico Flixie, 380 above. Even without an elimination, they're always seemingly finding a way to climb that Storm Surge ladder.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but Vico even said it in the interview. I mean, he was feeling perfectly fine with the changes, having not put the Slurp Cacti into their kind of overall strategy for the grand finals. They do have uncontested Reckless, so they have their game plan to get tags, and it's clearly working.
Step 1 right now, and they got a lot of time, a lot of space. Even though the position they're currently at will end up in zone, the rest of the island won't. They can just simply rotate around. I can imagine that's their tunnel. I got them to this location, so they're just trying to go ahead and pad it as much as possible. So many players still slow to rotate in, and that's exactly what they're taking advantage of, but Vico goes down. A miracle that nobody else on the island even knew they were up there or saw that, because that would have been an easy green light to push.
But I think they did, as Monier is going to choose that opportunity to push, but quickly enough, Vico is going to be picked up just in time to kind of save them from that aggressive play.
Safe for that moment on top of Rift Island, but now everybody here. Business as usual for the next zone after Rift Island. Fixed zone. It does tend to pull away, making sure it's no longer in zone. Some pools are more drastic than others, and this one does look like it's going to be a far pull towards the southwest.
What's went wrong, though? Potosai Snazy In the last game, they were looking incredibly healthy in the early mid game. Now, both players no more shield left. They're going to have to pop a cola. Snazy, I'm not even sure what he's going to pop. I think it's a med kit right now, as Potosai has just 5 little ticks left in his Flowberry Fizz. It's not looking good for the duo.
Kieran Easy still sitting on those 2 eliminations. Back-to-back contested wins against Seti and Cammy. And this is the first time all chapter that Seti and Cammy have had back-to-back 0-point games. And it's just going to show the pressure of a finals lobby with some changes, being forced to adapt with very little time. I think it was this Boop and Noble was like the only session of practice some of these players did get going into this grand finals. And I don't think every single player has even played in that session. So very little practice going around. Adapting on the fly is kind of the name of the game, and I will not be surprised if as we get close to the end of day 1 or even into day 2, if things change yet again for these players, figuring out how to play with the changes that came at them.
I mean, that's the competitive spirit, I think, as quickly as possible and being able to do it better than your opponents. Easy Akira now gonna use that crash pad rotation. I'm looking at the map, kind of where they're rotating towards. They have potential to get shot at, but the good news is a bit of that natural cover is going to be put into play from the ridge. Even a bit of an opportunity to refarm, but was it worth it? As now Easy's duo partner's been split up. He's left them alone. Akira's gone down. Was that pickaxe to those small little trees worth it? Easy's now gonna have to play the rest of this match out alone.
Yeah, look at me for a second. I go down trying to farm when I don't even necessarily need the materials too much. As Akira is gonna have to rethink that one. Luckily he's there. He can help his teammate out with some vital information, probably some mat calls, maybe some things he doesn't see in that moment. Just because you're down and out, as long as your teammate is still alive, your job is not done just yet.
I mean, Malibuka showcased it in the first game. Got an 8th place finish. I think Merstash got knocked down before any of the moving zones, so getting 8th place as a solo is incredibly difficult. If Easy can replicate what Malibuka did last game, it could be more than enough to kind of save this match. Chicho going to be another player. Is he a solo? He is. Trulex has gone down. Issue is also 12 below. Gonna get ticked by Storm Surge. All he needs is one tag, Jacob.
Literally just want from any of his weapons, aside from maybe some distance on the Gatekeeper. Luckily for him, Chap and Tini are positioned so high, they just can't see off the edge of that mountain, because that would have been an easy push for a team like them. They're looking towards the backside of zone, to where most of those players have a ton of distance to cover compared to everybody else. As Chicho still getting tagged up, finds himself above the damage threshold for a moment and a chance to breathe.
For 9Bella. More than enough damage, as they're kind of just looking through their builds right now, waiting for an opening to try and take some shots. Shots come through. Nothing is going to connect. It's going to be for Ryan. Flip Monk close by. One window edit is all it's going to take for Della to take the shot.
Patience, just not trying to stretch themselves too thin to go for any surge. You saw them just well above that threshold. It's not even a necessity at this point. Art skill, Shaco's Combeck on the other side. Just a quick little pre-fire as he broke the stair. He was probably down on surge, suffering to the active damage and kind of his last desperation attempt.
Thomas HD Queasy put into desperation as now they have to find an outing of the position they're currently in. The crack comes through. It kind of gives your opponents the idea that you're getting tagged by Storm Surge and you're incredibly low. No more shields to recuperate it. Now just 10 above, but 1 tick away from getting eliminated.
Oh, barely gets above. I thought he was just waiting. He's being patient. Probably hearing the communication coming out from Queasy. Hey, I shot when I landed one. That's barely above, though, 10. As soon as they fall below, I do believe Storm Surge will reactivate, taking down Thomas altogether. Not just a knock, but eliminated from the lobby, leaving a lot of pressure onto Queasy. The only blessing that'll come from that is a lot of resources will go on to Queasy, who would then be a solo. So this team is just facing a lot of pressure, and we're barely halfway through the game.
Hopefully we don't have to cue the violins here. 34 above still. Literally in the blink of an eye. Thomas could end up getting eliminated. The rotate's gonna come through. One shot from Kovacs could be it. But it looks like the rotation isn't gonna be through the tunnel, so Thomas and Queasy should have a bit more time to stay up.
Yeah, 297 above the surge. They have the flexibility to go over. I almost think Queasy and Thomas want to go a road a little bit more traveled. Thomas is just trying to rotate up, over, ends up against Forzin and Gudenbra. They're going to take him down. Queasy's now left by himself, and he's feeling that same pressure. 17 below the damage threshold. A good amount of materials, but really nobody to go and aim at. He's on the side of the mountain while everybody's positioned above. This is a tough position for Queasy to be in.
Shots are coming through, but he's getting put into panic here, as just 35 above can go down any second now. The good news is he does have a lot of players close by. The bad news is none of them are currently peeking him. And if he decides to kind of build up towards them, it could be an issue, but I see what you saw, Jacob. Bottom right, mini-map. He has pulled the 8th zone. Prime positioning, but everything else is definitely not primed up.
Yeah, this is just going to give him the best chance to get Surge because everybody has to rotate in his direction, but can he wait that long? Storm Surge is now active. He is on the clock, seconds to wait, and he's not even necessarily going out for the hunt just yet. He can't. He doesn't want to give up the elimination points over to anybody else, but he finds himself above the threshold. 87, that's a little bit more confidence to start to build on, but 15 HP. This is frightening.
If Queasy manages to even get a little bit of placement here, it would be absolutely incredible. Record-breaking clutch. But just one shot away, the sliver of HP that he has, all an opponent has to do is sneeze on him and he'll get eliminated. He's getting those little tags. It's keeping him above, but for how long can he keep it up?
Yeah, those little tags, it's like a mental battle. Oh, below Surge. Oh, I'm above Surge. Oh, I'm below Surge. Just a constant threshold changes for Queasy. But that's also a testament to how close the Storm Surge threshold actually is for some other players in this lobby. Monier getting targeted on the outside of zone. Queasy trying to take advantage of that one. And he's running out of builds quick. So not only does he need that refresh for any HP shields that he can get, but it's the materials because he's quickly going to run out if the zone does pull far away.
Storm Surge no longer active. Queasy, breath of fresh air now as he sees where the next pull is. It's not going to pull back, unfortunately, but neither does he have to do an incredibly far rotate. He has the crash pads, but the issue is, Jacob, he uses a crash pad, one shot out of the air, and he's gone. Swizzy and Vanya looking incredibly healthy down below. And with just 2 seconds left, the rotate's going to come through.
I'm honestly waiting in anticipation to see what the plan is for Queasy here. It's almost like all or nothing. You have to go for the crash pad. Lands a couple of shots on that rotation, but you see him falling below that threshold yet again. More and more players do need to go down, making it harder and harder for someone like Queasy to survive. 40 seconds until Storm Surge starts to activate if it doesn't get below that threshold. The players are falling fast. A blessing for Queasy. Can he stay alive, though, is the big question.
That's the timer. It's literally Queasy's timer. He's 1 tick away from getting eliminated. Once that timer that's at 25 seconds now reaches 0, Storm Surge will activate and start ticking. He needs to do more damage. He's just 32 below.
Yeah, he even landed another shot, but doesn't really move the needle at all. There are teams positioned in front, but they're almost full duos, making it not only a tough, but a very, very risky situation. And now that he's fresh out of mats and resources, he only has to wait for that opportunity. Somebody to rotate on by, possibly a solo, and just try to pop out of the wall at the perfect moment. The blessing here for Queasy is he's getting all of these placement points. Top 13. He's almost collected half of them already.
How is he doing it? Enough players got eliminated where Storm Surge is no longer going to be activated, and he's still up. He's doing a great job, but the pressure comes through. Top 13 for Queasy. It was a good play for what he had up above. It's going to be Dellen for 9.
Only for so long, though. Immediately have to give that one up, and they're going on a chase. Fall damage is real for Della. Maybe a little bit of a mistake for him, but at least he's able to survive. The gentlemen are trying to be as gentle as possible with the lobby, but it does require being just a little bit aggressive, and they've taken the high ground, and now a chance to look down from above. This is a pressure situation, and they need to play their cards right.
Voltiax down below, annihilating their opponents, close to 8 eliminations as he's trying to get ahead, but Akul has gone down. Voltiax is left alone. The pressure might be too much as he just has 2 builds left.
Oh, Medkit's being popped, though. Cannot save it for a heal-off scenario. Cannot save it to stagger himself back either. Doesn't have enough time in Storm to do that. 9th place. Half of the placement points have been achieved. But so far back. Even Chap goes down because of it. No Teeny in sight, so they're going to go ahead and end in ninth place in this game as Vico, Flixie, they're taking the low ground and they're taking full control. Meanwhile, fight is happening in the clouds. Hopefully no thunder happens because Gentleman gets taken down. Hopefully it's raining loot as the other player just drops down as well. Walks and Pings have now overtaken the elevation above everybody else and now in the driver's seat.
The issue is just 4 builds onto Walks. If Ping doesn't have much more, they're going to be in desperation for finding an elimination. But down below in the mud, it's Vico and Flixie annihilating the opponents. Already 7 eliminations for the duo, and now they're looking height. They need to make that game-winning play.
Yeah, they're looking deep in the zone. They're trying to chop down high ground, not necessarily to overtake it, but to make it easier to fight them at the end. A little bit of refresh mats coming in, needed for Vico and Flixie. Now they can claim just a little bit more space down low at the bottom, but they run into Pablo first. Big elimination being picked up. More materials, but the high ground, Ping and Walks, they come down to challenge.
Somebody needs to call security. Vico and Flixie are looking unstoppable as now they're forced to make their way on up. This is the play I was talking about. It's on to Ping. Can he connect his shots? They've overthrown height, but they have to close it out.
It's coming crashing down for a quick second, but they reconnected on the other side. Vico, Flixie saving the dashes for the perfect moment, but Flixie gets beamed out of the sky. Vico's by himself, falling from above like a thunderbolt from the sky. He strikes and takes the game.
Vico, are you kidding me? The 1 versus 2 in the late game. He loses his duo partner, but the pressure does not get to him. This is why we talked about Vico, one of the most dominant, aggressive duos currently on EU, if not the most. And they are showing exactly why they deserve their spot in the global championship.
And it all goes back to resource management, making sure they not only have the materials, they have the heals, they have the position on the low ground, but the biggest thing right there, you see that little skull on the Vico? That was able to push him above, retake the high ground, and turn the tables on their opponents.
The most dominant high ground team during the semifinals have done it once again. You said it, the mix of patience, the mix of aim, aggression, and calculated strategies to close it out. Not only with the VR, but with 11 eliminations. That is going to blast them up the leaderboard.
Yeah, they might have taken the Thunderbolt of Zeus out of the game, but they forgot to take the Thunderbolt of Vico out of the game. But with 2 games done and over with, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. On the other side, we'll see that leaderboard.
Welcome back to the FNC.
They were fragging out hip to hip, doing what these guys do best, doing some incredible plays. And it was this one right here at the end. It was the way they sprayed down, and it was actually a little bit after this actually where Vico actually dashes up, and it was such a good play to take height after they take out Pablo here. Just gives them the green light to go up onto height. Vico gets all of these materials and then thinks, right, you know what? Let's use this one dash that I've saved throughout the whole end game to take height, and the rest is just absolute perfection.
Yeah, really nice stuff, right? Of course, from them, we know they want to be a team that plays towards height. That's been where they've been at their best so far this season. And then the finish there, they took height from pings and walks, they chopped them out, and then they're able to win it out in the end. So a really nice game, a massive game from Vico and Flixie.
That 2v1 from Vico at the end is just, it's the stuff of legend. And yeah, I'm just feeling optimistic about their chances of hopefully getting to do that in LAN in the near future. But the game plan was there from the start for these guys. It couldn't have gone better for them, apart from a moment when Vico got knocked out on the Rift Island. But of course, his teammate was there to pick him up, Mini Miner. And talk me through the action on Rift Island, because I think this just shows how they are so forward thinking right now.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, we spoke so much about their Storm Surge strategies. They're going to be fighting up their drops, but it seems like it's time to go for this Rift Island 11, try and fight on here, get that elevation as well. It's something we saw a lot at global championships actually as well, where teams are actually using this, not necessarily for the loot that's there, but for the refarm of the materials and for the elevation that they can get. And of course, in that game, they got so much Surge in this position.
The key thing, right, that we highlighted with Vico and Flixie was their struggle for, their potential struggle for early Surge, right? There's just not many options out in that Reckless Railways area. And so it was really nice to see them prioritizing Adden in this game, right? Because at that point in the game, it's a bit later on, but so many good opportunities for Surge. And even though they did go down, it was just a sign of like how eager they were to just overpeak to try and get the damage, right? It was like, yeah, they go down bad, but it shows good intention from them. And of course, they were able to survive it. Really, really nice stuff from them. If they're going to make plays like this all throughout the day, again, they'll be much better off than I think maybe I was expecting early on.
They're not pressing the W key as much as you expected, Levin.
I mean,
yeah, not till the end game.
I mean, we've seen from some of the other teams that have been trying it in these games so far, right? It's grand finals is harder, right? People build a lot more. It takes a lot more time. You lose a lot more in a lot of these fights, so it's not easy to just go around running around fighting people.
Yeah, although these two, I mean, at least in the cash cups, they make it look very easy. Let's take a look at the standings and find out where we're at. There are quite a few duos who are in the top 10 of game 1 who did not make it to the end game of game 2, so it's interesting to see how the standings have been impacted. Swizzy and Vaniac, though, they're a rare outlier. Mini Miner, they actually had a pretty solid game 2 as well as game 1.
Yeah, nice to see from these guys. I mean, it's that consistency that they're able to get. That was an 8th place with 2 eliminations after that 4th place with 2 in the first game. Slightly different to what we expected. I think we expected them to go for height a little bit more freedom to do that. But what it's nice to see, they're still making end games. They haven't been too affected by those by that cacti nerf. They're still getting that Storm Surge really well as well. And it just seems like they're able to get that consistency so far. I mean, it's only 2 games in 11, but not a bad start from these guys at all.
Yeah, like it's like I said sort of last game. They can play for it. They still will play for it. We just saw there on screen. They looked up at height. Like it's something that they won't shy away from. But like I don't think we should expect to see them be like the height dominant centric team that we saw last major, right? Like that's not what they've necessarily been this season. It's not something that they can do as easily without having that advantage of walls. But nice to see 2 really good back-to-back games from them. The only other team that had sort of the first 2 games really good as well was Della and Fanayan. So nice consistency so far.
We also saw Chapantini come alive. Now, they had a spectacular Major 2 finals weekend. Mini-Miner, you anticipating the same for Major 3?
I'm anticipating some big things from this duo, absolutely. I mean, they've been a very solid team throughout this season. It was a team that I originally thought would definitely be one of the best teams in the region, you know, definitely up there in the top 3. It hasn't been amazing for them necessarily so far. They had a decent end game there, of course, 9th with 7 eliminations. It seems like they've switched up their early strategy as well, maybe going more towards the south side instead of going towards that forecast tower for the fights. Seems to work out okay in this game, of course, making it into the end game. Unfortunately, just not enough time there for Chat to make it into the storm, but they have to be there.
Mentality-wise, Levin, do you think things are different for a duo like Chapentini? Because they have already qualified for global championships. They've done, in a way, what they need to do to make it to the end of the season. Do you think it's something that makes them relax a little bit in the lobby?
I think it definitely can be a concern for a lot of players in their situation. In their case, I'm not so sure. I think there's a couple other teams I'd say probably is more of a factor than them, right? And you look at the likes of a Queasy and Thomas, maybe a Malefic Stash, maybe, you know, a Cami and Set in that sense. But I think for those guys, they're still young players who are hungry to just be the best and make as much money as possible, right? So I think there still is a lot more drive in them than maybe some of the other global championship teams that have already qualified.
Well, the finals are still young. 4 more games today, 6 more tomorrow. And as Takata reminded us during that last game, 1.5 points multiplier on those final 6 games. So let's head back to the battle bus and see where game number 3 takes us.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, there's only a 12-point difference between 5th and 2nd place. Frankie was talking about Swizzy Vanya being a bit more lower on the leaderboard than we would have expected, but it's 12 points, Jacob. Each elimination is 4 points. They are not far at all. The people who kind of have a little gap going is Vico and Flixie, but that's rightfully deserved.
Yeah, there's 12 games throughout the weekend, 6 days, 6 tomorrow. Even if you don't necessarily have the game that you want today, there's still always time to make it up. The battle bus is gassed up and ready to go. Game 3, let's get into it.
Almost halfway through day number 1 of the grand finals, day 2 with 6 more matches to be played out at a 1.5 times multiplier in terms of points. So these players have a long ways to go. I'm curious to see kind of these early game engagements. We saw QNDX Phantom taking kind of that, I don't want to say 50-50, but that quick off-spawn engagement. Predage and Radeon had a very strong game 1. Game 2 didn't quite go their way. They have maintained their spot in the top 10, but you know that they want to work their way back up.
Yeah, it's all about consistency overall. You don't need to win every game, but you definitely need to be placing in the top more times than not. Which kind of leaves just a lot to those mental games as the day goes on, especially if you start off good, slowly fall down that leaderboard. As you head on over to Pleasant Piazza, 2 teams contesting throughout the day so far. Clown and Axe Force versus Hizik, his duo partner on the other side. And this has kind of been the thing. 2 players go towards the north and the west. The other 2 take the south and the east. And then from there, I think it all depends on the loot or any sneaky shots you might be able to get.
Oh, look at this. Is it a surprise? This station onto Murstache and Malabuka. Murstache was already taken down 1. They now have the upper hand in the 2 versus 1, but they're going to still choose to play it a bit safe here, recuperate their shield, their HP, before taking that final engagement on the solo that's currently up. But looking at the mini-map, yeah, it looks like he's going to try and disengage here.
Yeah, there's probably Cantry that did go down. You see it's Cryfalls by himself. There are some other teams in the distance, but I think without anybody in the elimination feed, seeing Malabuka and Murstache go down, it's not a risk I would take, as Phantom and QNDX lean the contested fight back in their favor here. Game 3, they're up 2-1 in these off-spawn fights.
Good start for these players. Speaking about off-spawn fights, I also saw Seti go down. We talked about it previously. Cami and Seti had never gotten or had 0 points after the first 2 matches in a final situation like this. However, if they go down yet again, Jacob, that could be 3 matches in a row. We can see kind of how Phantom and QNDX close this one out. Looking incredibly dominant. You said it yourself. Up against Kaido and Haijo.
A lot of these fights kind of like changing the tides. Not even just a little bit, but like drastically, because 8th plays 42nd for Malabuka and Murstache. Most of that Malabuka playing out as a solo. Now with Murstache back into the game, they have the red line loot. So they have, I want one of their greatest chance here in this game, especially with those 2 games going on. They've learned on the fly as Thomas getting a little bit more aggressive here in this game. And him and Queasy, they've been down on Surge these first couple games, forced to take fights like this later on in the game. So I'm glad to see them doing a little bit earlier, where it's, yeah, it might be just as risky, but less chance for those third parties.
Yeah, Surge problems no longer. Taking out Kaid and his duo is actually going to be huge for Thomas and Queasy. Hoping they get a bit more flexibility now to kind of plan their later rotations throughout the match. But the job's not finished. They still have a long ways to go to get enough damage. It has been lower in general than when the Slurp Cacti were in the game, but it's still incredibly difficult to get enough.
I can only imagine Cade just out of builds. It's like all or nothing in that situation.
Oh. Thought you could hide,
Maybe
Mariah.
they're both out of builds completely.
He's playing 0 build there against Queasy. As Vidil and Reason. Looks like they're gonna be the ones dominating this fight as well. As they clean it up quite easily.
Reason Vidil, but towards Sandy Steps, this is kind of where they've been landing most of this FNCS. Yeah, there was a couple shake-ups, switch-ups, depending on how well they're performing, what spots were actually open on the map, but now they got a little bit more comfortability there in that spot. As Perhao was by himself, Ju is down, so a chance for a 1v1, but there are a few teams like Trulex and Chicho in the distance, and Perhao takes a big first shot before he even gets into position. It's Asa there on the other side, and he's baiting out the revive, and you can kind of keep it. You can hold these walls, revive at the same time, but not if some of those shots go through and land the elimination.
Asa is now put into panic as another duo comes by. Porhawa as well, choosing to try and disengage, but with the shots being connected, is Trulex going to follow on or try and take out Asa? They know he's a solo close by. They start breaking down the structures to try and kind of hunt him down, find him. As the threat continues for Asa, he's going to play for that initial shot.
Oh, he has to be very regular. Break it through the builds. It's only a combat. It doesn't deal that big punch like either the hammer or the gatekeeper. Mostly used for distance, which he doesn't have against Trulex and Chicho right now. Good thing enough, he's creating some, but Chicho's just hot on those heels. They see this as a free elimination. Some materials that they can add on top of what they have. They're going on a wild goose chase, ringing around the Rosie, around the Nitro Dome for a little bit. They lost him.
Continue on the hunt, but for how long? As he's made the great escape now. I don't even know where he is. I'm trying to look on the mini-map, but I think it's that kind of purple marker down south of the Nitro Dome. So the issue is, even though he has made it out, I mean, I assume he has gotten the reboot card, so he'll have the potential to reboot, but it's going to be a long route to get back comfortably into the match. For Vico and Flixie, they have been fortunate enough to get the forecast tower this match, it seems. This is what they need, Jacob. I mean, they already have the momentum from the previous match, now alongside a forecast tower. This is scary for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, especially since you kind of think about it for a second, like who's going to actually fight them for the forecast tower when it does spawn over there. Quickly going from edge to edge, coast to coast. Pablo and Bevies find themselves with a quick 3 eliminations. A good upgrade on that loadout, but a third party closing the distance. That's Chap and Teeny. Some of those fights might have been easy before, but I don't think it's going to stay that way against this team.
Another potential duel waiting to outbreak here. As Chap and Teeny kind of crouch on in, looking for almost like a sneak attack, a 3-2-1, or even a double pump, if possible. Zoomed in. Now just a millisecond away from taking the shot. Connects, but doesn't do enough damage for the pressure to be on.
And Teeny's just taking a focus on the other side. He's able to get a knock onto one. Chap gets in here just in the nick of time to try to save the day. Alleviate some of that pressure and get some time here for Teeny to heal up. There's only so much this solo can do, because while he's trying to run away, you got a healthy Chap who's just going to go on the chase. Not too many teams land on the southwest portion of the map, so they're just so isolated. Chap and Teeny picking and choosing their fights wisely, and it's already working out because they have 3.
Teeny did a great job staying up there. He kind of got put into a box and dropped down to a sliver of HP, but being able to stay up allowed Chap to come in, finish the fight off from a different angle, still with a lot of HP and shield, and close it out. CZB now alongside Nathan, gonna pick up a couple. Nexi is gonna go down. 2 more eliminations, well, 2 total eliminations for this duo now.
It seems like their game plan is kind of set forth when the zone does kind of slowly move down. Not when a drastic south pulls, but when it does give them some time to work with on the north side of the map. That's at least 2 out of the 3 games so far. They move towards the north, some even further towards Lavish Layer, but that's where they're looking to get their surge, fight some teams, and try to get their game started, because they are uncontested at Grand Glacier. It's not the easiest thing from over there, looting up and finding any teams to try to drop on.
Look how many duos are in kind of this underworld area of the map. I think I saw at least 4 or 5. Just kind of waiting for the time to play out, as Yanis has been left with Pixie here. Low on HP. Pressure's on them. The good news is it is one of the initial zones, so it's not ticking too much. They can afford to stay in here, but what they cannot afford is a big shot from Snazy or Podosai connecting.
Especially since they're fighting over at Brawler's Battlegrounds. So they got the loadout that they wanted, and they do know where a lot of those scraps are left behind. So the longer this one goes, I would think Snazy and Podosai might choose to disengage on out. It's not a territory I would want to continue to stay in, as Janus continues to take some shots while trying to back up in his steps. Pixie's there, trying to go ahead and follow parallel to him. And like I said, Snazy, Podosai realizing even though the zone is here, we can't be too risky with our situation. We have to pick and choose our battles, and this might not be one we want to go after just yet.
Making use of that POI knowledge, getting a bit of bananas, so they can wait a bit longer before popping that med kit. Both duos now continuing to stay in zone. Look at each other, take those pop shots. Good news is there isn't any players directly out of the zone kind of looking at them, but the issue is they do have quite a ways to go to rotate on in. See kind of how this kicked off.
Wow. First couple of shots being landed. Pixie cleans that one. Pyros is there. He gets boxed up. Interesting enough, the 2 teams contesting each other at Mount Olympus said, nah, we don't want to fight each other. And then they end up fighting everything together towards Battlegrounds. And that's what happens when 2 teams employ the very, very similar strategy. One might have done it a little bit quicker, but the second one catches up and throws a wrench in the mix.
We'll go back to Underworld, though, with Ping and Wox. 100 points currently, holding their own on the leaderboard. They're currently in a basically 3-way tiebreaker with Swizzy, Vanya, and Clown and Axe Force. Clown Axe Force having just 1 more point. So they kind of want to maintain that consistency to keep their name at the top. They don't really want to do anything too overly risky, even though they don't have any elims.
Wox and Ping, we saw them kind of make it far in one of our previous games, but those are the situations you have to watch out for. They're staggering themselves so far back into zone to where if it does come down to a heal off, even if they have 6 medkits, it lessens their chance due to the storm sickness. So you gotta be very, very careful. I mean, you know, they're just doing it because they need the surge. Prism and Casper, they have their plan split up. Prism just rotating around, trying to get scraps, upgrade the loadout a little bit, but Casper is well above, positioned on that mountain that almost looks like a skyscraper, builds a box on top of it, and is just trying to get shots on any of those teams, slow to rotate from Redline to Brawlers or anybody else that's using this path as a rotation.
I kind of like this setup. They don't have to use the initial mats to kind of make the frame of their surge base, but issue is the zone is going to pull away from them most likely now. They are on the edge of it. As we'll take a look at Predige and Radion. Looking to see if they can kind of make a comeback from that game 2 where they didn't get as many points as they would have wanted. We talked about not missing these opportunities you get to land these shots on players rotating around you. In Grand Finals, you don't get too many opportunities, so you have to capitalize on the ones you do get.
See a lot of players trying to prioritize their rotations just a little bit more. And some knowing even if the zone is far away, you saw that team that kind of just bounce padded out. They're just trying to get the scraps that might be left over from the bunker. But as Radion, you got to watch out for Desi and T-Chips. Perhawa just got taken out of the backside of the zone, so it was looking a little bit more crowded in that area. But But as Rift Island appears, you know as well as I do, there's a lot of teams that are making big statements about claiming that Rift Island. But it's up to those that actually go up, that are willing to make that risk, that seem to be benefiting for it overall.
Malabuka and Murstache have been having a bit of trouble this time around. Meanwhile, we can see kind of the effect of the Slurp Cacti. We've had an average of damage required in the 7th zone to be 771 damage, Jacob, today. Okay, but last week in the semifinals, when the Slurp Cacti were active in 7th zone, it was 900 damage. From 771 to 900. So you can see you don't need to get as much damage, but it is more difficult to get that damage if you were using the Slurp Cacti strat before and you're not doing it anymore.
That's why when you look around at certain teams, it's all about the little moves you make throughout the course of the game. Left instead of right, north instead of south. And the way some of these teams have practiced, you know, they kind of get used to zones pulling in one direction. So when we kind of get a mix-up here in a grand final style lobby, they kind of stick to their game plan and they switch up just a little bit later depending on what they're doing, how they're doing.
Thomas Crazy once again in their base. Even though they do have a good line of sight of a lot of players rotating around them, they've still had trouble getting enough damage. We'll see if those 2 eliminations off the start, though, is going to change it up this time around. They're still doing their same surge strat, but now they just have a little bonus from that early game engagement.
You see Thomas and Queasy average 5th in the 4 FNCS finals they've played together. 46, a little bit of a slow start here in day 1 of the grand finals. But it's a team that, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they have so much experience underneath their belt. I feel like they know how to react. They know how to change things up. Just want to see them kind of adapt just a little bit quicker. They started that here in game 3. They went for an early game fight towards Classy instead of just straight rotating toward the south. So this could be the game that they need to shake things up for themselves.
I'm going to look at the gentleman duo now as they have more than enough ammunition to take shots at their opponents. All they have to do is land them. Looks like duo partner did get tagged a little, so it's going to be forced to use a big pot. Talked about it earlier. Now, if you do get tagged while you're looking for these shots, you are going to be forced to use your heals. You don't have that kind of free cactus you can use, so you got to be a little bit more conservative on how you're peeking and hunting for those openings.
Kind of standard business as usual. Good portion of the map littered with certain surge towers all around. And just because you have a surge tower doesn't necessarily mean you're getting all the surge in the world. It just ups that probability of you being able to not only spot somebody, people, but connect those shots as well. Because if nobody rotates near your surge tower, it's kind of all for nothing. It's Teeny and Chap. We saw them pick up a few eliminations already today. 590 above that damage threshold. So they're just kind of waiting, seeing what information they get throughout these next couple of zones. Do they have to rotate? Won't they? They even have the Nitro Ring there if they do need. They can position themselves near that and get ready for the next rotation. They're just giving themselves a lot of options to work with.
2nd and 3rd place already gone down in this match. Taking a look at how Vico and Flixie, our leaders, are currently looking. Good on damage, good on mats, good on loot, good on ammunition. Are choosing to do kind of a bit of a safer rotation, play it in zone. They have the heals to do so, the time to do so, and even the damage to do so. So I'm excited to see how they kind of set themselves up here for the later half of the end game.
Yeah, it's so early, they don't have to worry. Crash pads, Flowberry Fizz with the forecast tower. They're going to know how to get in there. Scroll is going to know how to get out. He gets taken down. That's one way you didn't expect to return back to the lobby. As for Zen, Gudenbrett, they get that elimination, but there was another team just north of them, and then another team north of that, and guess what? The zone pulls towards the north. The biggest blessing for them is they don't have the farthest pull in the lobby, so it's just all about timing of when you rotate.
Also, good news is no other duos decided to push them after that initial engagement, so once they cleaned it up, they had the freedom to pop those med kits, that Flowberry Fizz, recuperate all the HP and shield that they lost. As now we look at sort of a turtle war that's going around here. Mappy, with only 19 damage above the threshold, is going to be forced to kind of look for these shots, play it a bit risky. They have the shields to recuperate it, but with 2 different duos being on the opposing end of this box fight, it could even open an opportunity here for a third party.
Yeah, Yanis and Pixie were instantly getting sandwiched there. That was Mystic, Maxi. I saw them take a damage to Surge, so they really had no choice but the first team they saw. I was gonna save for a moment. Luckily enough, it was Yanis and Pixie who were distracted by Mappy and Kiro for that moment, but they quickly turned that thing around. No surprises for them because they're prepared at every single turn of this game.
Pixie and Yanis are going to be the ones that truly got the upper hand in that situation, though. You can see how much damage it's put them at. Those 2 eliminations. Let's kind of see how it looked like from their perspective.
Oh, wow. Big first shot from Pixie. A little slow to rotate on out. He nitroed into the box, but that aim is what matters. Basically takes him down to 1 shot because of the earlier damage to Surge. And that's going to go ahead and alleviate them just a little bit. Almost 500 above the damage threshold.
Thomas is going to get knocked as well in the feed. Pixie now going to be forced to pop a cola as he's almost lost all of his shield on this rotation. No more shields are in the inventory. It's all going to be up to Yanis if he has something to help him out later on. Just in the edge zone, this is where it starts getting chaotic.
It is Maxi on the other side. I can only imagine he's down on Surge yet again. His desperation plays are telling of the position that he's in. He goes down and goes down quickly at that. Focus and Belusi are next trying to knock on that door. And that's this interesting situation because now everybody's just stacked together. You see the mini-map, more than half of the teams on this side of the map with a max pull for everybody after these fights finish.
You got to be careful. Your edits, whatever you open here, it's instant danger for the opposing teams to kind of start taking shots on you. So you do have to be careful. I'd only do it if you were forced to because you didn't have enough damage done. Mappy did pick up a quick elimination, though. That's huge for this duo as they were just on the borderline of that Storm Surge threshold. You can see 5 above, but with this elimination, it's brought them right up to 100.
And that's just an interesting decision for a lot of these teams. You know, Storm Surge, before it was the Cactuses. You dictated your game plan around that. Now Storm Surge is forcing a lot of these early game fights.
Take a look at Radeon. Now put into a risky situation as he gets knocked down. Pred left alone, 214 above as he's going to crash pad his way into zone. Only 3 builds left. He's going to be forced here to try and stay up as long as possible. The issue is, if Malabuka and Murstache know that Pred is right above them in a cone, it could be free pickings. The good news for Predage, though, Murstache, Malabuka are going to continue with their rotation and see if they can make it up the hill.
Now I'm loving this team right now because, like I said, he was doing it almost all by himself in a couple of these games. Malabuka and Murstache throughout the qualifiers, they found themselves multiple times below that damage threshold. Now they have a huge strength in numbers. Momentum slowly but surely building on their side. And if you look at where they're at in zone, yes, this next rotation is going to describe a lot, but now they got themselves a lot of space between him and everybody else. His Mappy has no choice but to go in. He's trying to save his teammate. He did more than enough by the time, but it's Chapentini underneath who finally cleaned that one up.
I have faith in Mappy here. He can close it out. It's going to be left as a solo, but we've seen this happen time and time again. He has more than enough resources to clutch it up. His duo partner's gone down. Well, let's take a look. It's 8th zone. 38 players are up. Let's see how long Mappy can last.
And he got some max mats, crash pads, Flowberry Fizz. Not sure where we're at in the Nitro. He's going to be fresh out of that, but he's making sure that he has everything he needs, especially with the zone pulling back. He gets the med kits, chooses to go without the Nitro because he has his bets hedged in that Flowberry Fizz crash pad combination.
Swizzy Van, yeah, going to continue taking some shots, seeing how they can get the rotate in. Crash pad is looking like the correct idea here. Flowberry is going to be popped to give them that initial momentum and height boost for their rotation. Clean rotate on in. Yanis Pixie, similar situation. Both duos now going to make it in. Vico and Flixie, though, still a little ways to go.
Yeah, it's looking like a game where a lot of our more known names, the juggernauts that are regulars here on the region, all getting stacked up here, having the best chance to make it to endgame. Vico and Flixie, once again, moving towards the front side of the zone. They play a lot of these low ground layers early on, and they wait to take it if that opportunity presents itself. But another team positions themselves in front. That's Chaptini. They're trying to make it hard, and they sandwich out Vico and Flixie as 2 teams start to take notice.
They know how many duos could be dropping on top of them with their crash pads. They have to be cautious on which angles they do decide to open up. But so far, they've done a great job at exactly that. Chapentini going to choose to build up a little bit as they've seen that they have pulled this 9th zone. It's going to pull right back towards Reckless.
Yeah, now they have the option. They can stagger themselves back. They can focus on maintaining their position above. It is 9th zone, though. Might be too early for some, but they are going to have a chance to look back, just like I said. All these teams flying through the sky. Crash pads are not. They're going to be a simple target for them. But these players are actually shooting back, and they're landing a lot of damage on a Chapentini. Multiple teams are doing just that. Some even position themselves above them. Swizzy, Vanya are one of those, but they're 33 below the damage threshold, and they're quickly looking on the hunt.
Are they going to choose to take it? They see some options down below. It's Chapentini. He takes the initial shot, 85. It's going to be more than enough to put Swizzy in a safe situation. Vanya doing the same at different angles. They know they need a bit of damage, and they've gotten it.
Yeah, especially with everybody, his tagging players shooting shots all around him. It's hard to get focused and notice that it is above you, but they quickly get onto that one, just like Swizzy, Vanya. They're trying to rotate on out. They take a lot of damage on their way there, but they're doing good because they've elevated themselves low from that chaos that's down below.
Double Flowberry. It's going to recuperate all of the shield, but it's going to be Merstash and Malibuka taking shots at the team that's currently holding on to height. It's Chapentini. But with Teeny getting cracked, Malibuka and Merstash know that they might get an opportunity soon.
Yeah, very, very healthy in materials, though. Gotta make sure Malibuka and Merstash stay that way if they want to contest it late in the game as they're scrambling around towards the front side of the zone, giving themselves opportunity and time to look back. One player is going to get past, but Pink's going to have to go ahead and choose a whole nother rotation if him and Walk's want to find safety past Malibuka and Merstash.
Height's going to be difficult this game. There's so many duos that are up that do tend to try and take it later on in the end game, but look at how many builds Chapentini are putting down to secure it. Vico is going to be split up from his duo partner now, forced to switch layers, has no materials, needs to find an impact.
You see they're just trying to use the crash pads, they're trying to break into boxes, catch anybody off guard, and Swizzy's the one they found, but another player moves to the backside of the zone. Everybody is running out of builds, they're forced to recycle, and that ends in this type of congested layers at the bottom. It is so messy, it's muddy. I don't know if anybody can pick up their feet one after another other than Malibuka or Merstash, who are looking to dominate the low ground.
Call the cleanup crew. Malibuka and Merstash going to pick up all that extra loot from the chaos down below. Now with the option to go on ahead of zone, play the front side, and continue throughout this late game.
Yeah, they're looking stacked like pancakes right now. Any team that even gets close, Malibuka or Merstash, just push them off whether they get the elimination or not. Another player's going to feel the pain of that one as they continue on. Teeny's forced to drop down. Chap's the one staying up. Teeny has to play Disruptor. Chap's out of builds and he's running out very, very quickly. If he stayed up above, they would have been long gone. And this is their chance now to retake and reclaim that high ground. They have 5 eliminations, a lot of resources being recycled and siphoned off of any player they took down.
Teeny did a great job dropping down to refresh on his materials. Merstash and Malibuka are both looking healthy, though. This is going to be the prime threat for the duo up on high ground if they're able to get out of this situation.
Vanya by himself. We just saw T-Chips go behind that wall, and he's going to try to take advantage. Pieced off, but T-Chips is still there. Vanya has no other way to go. Zone's pushing him forward. And instead of fighting the fight, though, he knows we will meet again later in this same zone, but he goes down. T-Chips with a monster shot to take out Vanya and move himself into the top 3.
50 live for T-Chips, but he's not done yet. Merstash goes down. It's Teeny now cleaning up, keeping his duo strong. That's the second elimination. Malibuka is the last player left in zone. How many medkits does he have is the question.
Hopefully he has a bunch, because he needs to outlast the rest of this one closing. One left in the inventory. He knows he has to crash pad towards the front if he wants any hope at this one. Teeny, Chap, they go ahead and aim at the sky, and Malibuka falls down from above. They take a huge win, and they take it by force.
winning fight he wants to take. His hope right now is that they don't find him and he has time to pick up his duo partner later on, but oh no, I think this might be it.
He didn't even see him at first. That was just one of those situations where you think he sees you, but he doesn't. Ryan just trying to fight with everything that he has, but we knew how much of a mismatch that fight was before it even started.
Not much you can do in that situation, to be fair. He got a little panic there, thinking that he was seen, but he probably would have been a couple seconds after. So it was good to take those initial shots. Eclipse Dexy, I think they went down in one of the kind of early game fights in the last match, so they don't want to repeat that, but having 0 builds right now, they're forced to take out this engagement. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, and he's already weak, scrambling around, no build, so he can't even protect himself when teammates against him get PC. And Walks and Pings know he's a solo. Even though there's a couple teams in the distance, they quickly clean that one up. And that was very, very important to clean it up quick, because there's 2 teams towards the north, 1 instantly towards the east. I got to imagine one of them maybe is even Nathan and CZB, because this is the same rotation they've been making all day long.
Yeah, I'm looking around. There's just too many duos in the area. If you're at Walks and Ping here, you already secured an elimination and a bit of damage for the second one. You don't really want to put yourself at risk with so many threats in the area. So they are just going to continue rotating on through.
Yeah, that's what we would call getting greedy for damage, for any bit of loot. Sometimes you just got to take what you can get, even if it's a singular elimination. As Nathan CZB, just north of Reckless Reels this time around. Different zone means a little bit of a different path when it comes to finding your surge, finding your loot. And so far, we were talking about north zone suiting them. This time around, it does look like it's going to have that north lean.
Lolo looking to see if he can kind of find an angle onto his opponents that crash padded away, but you can see in the minimap how far he actually ended up going. I don't think they're going to find any openings here.
It's just a question, do you chase it? You chase it off the side of the mountain. I think you got that one answered relatively quickly. It's a good amount of loot, and with nobody here on this side of the map, you could easily make your way back up that side of the mountain.
Just take a bit of time is the only issue, and time is everything, but
true.
They should be good with that elimination. Thomas and Queasy, 46 points so far. They're going to win a big game here, hopefully, to close out day 1. It's going to be Sky Scroll on the opposing end as they kind of begin their little turtle box fight.
Yeah, it's kind of scary to think when you look at Queasy and Thomas and their best game so far is 13th. And right below them on the leaderboard is Art Skill and Shaco's with 40 points. You continue to look down, 32 points for Sky and Scroll. That's the team that is right across from them. Not too many like this are very, very impactful, deciding plan. You can see their resource count very, very low. I would say the big lucky thing for them is they have a good amount of metal. So farming up the brick, the wood is probably going to be the easiest thing they go through as this rotation happens.
Taking a look here, Chapantini is not only getting pressured by a duo below them, but there's also a duo at afar taking shots, so you got to be careful where you open up here. Heals are going to come through, Flowberry's going to come through, and it looks like they will make a rotation with the crash pad towards zone here. Issue is 1, 2, 3, 4 duos in the area. So it looks like instead of going directly to zone, they are going to choose to go backwards and kind of take more of a safe route.
Yeah, forecast tower. Hasn't spawned up just yet. They're the ones who usually claim it more times than not on that side of the map. I do believe they know Pablo and Bevies is over on this side of the map, so they're being very, very cautious, which is why they backtrack. So not only do they have the chance to get that forecast tower, but they also have a chance to get one of 2 different launch pads, one at the high up top of that mountain, and then one kind of on the other side where there's a little bit of a hill.
It's that environmental mobility that kind of helps you get back to zone as quickly as possible for 9 and Della. It's like their search base is kind of getting destructed as they're down below. Good news is they can replenish that quite quickly as they'll now take a look at the opposing team who was kind of taking shots at them. Don't want to trip though. Falling from that height will not be fun.
Almost looked like he was just about to jump on that piece there for a second.
Yeah.
surprised if anybody else just got a little bit of jump scare there for a moment. Vico Flixie, not running too far from Reckless Railways. They don't necessarily have to. Yeah, they could have started a little bit of an early rotation going towards the north, but as it's pushing towards the north, all those teams towards the south are going to rotate in this direction, maybe towards the east, maybe a little bit towards the west, but this is going to give Vico Flixie the best chance for some early game stirred by staggering themselves like this.
Making sure to make use of their time. We talked about it being everything. If you're not looking for tags, at least be farming something. As Vico heard that crash pad come through, it's the cue to look for an angle onto Flipmonk and for Ryan, but not quick enough to get any shots in. Yanis Pixie also going to be building their base up, so even just 1-2 shots can be everything here on these rotations. Flipmonk now going to get tagged.
That's just tough because once you see one Surge Tower, kind of don't want to rotate into it too much, and then you see two at the top of Reckless Railway, so it's kind of a counterintuitive effort with both of those teams building those Surge Towers there. Nobody's likely going to rotate in them, especially since there's all that space on the west. The zone is pulling towards the north. Kind of see no edge of the zone right now. We're almost at the farthest point north towards Classy, so the zone will continue to move in this direction. And hopefully a lot of teams start to take note of that, position themselves accordingly sooner rather than later, so that way when all these other teams come in low on Surge, trying to bully you for their shots, it may not be you because you built such a big base away from everybody else.
Seeing Queasy alone there. It's not something I like to see, to be fully honest, Jacob. He's lost Thomas, and now he's kind of forced into that difficult situation of, you know, do I reboot him? When do I reboot him? There's too many duos in the area. The spare loot is inside of Nathan's box right now, so it's going to be a waiting game for Queasy.
Yeah, and it's just tough because the zone, like I said, is moving in this direction. So for Queasy, he's kind of hoping go west, maybe some south, go west. So that way, all these players that are currently here will then have to rotate. And that's giving me this opportunity to try to get Thomas's reboot card. But as of now, it started with two teams to the north, and now with another one rotating into the south. That's 3 teams now surrounding Queasy in the solo position.
Switching on over to Swizzy Vanya. They have bumped themselves up into second place. We talked about there only being a 12-point difference in the last match from 5th to 2nd. Them being in 5th and now being bumped up to 2nd. Can they overthrow Vico and Flixie though? They've been the most consistent duo so far, but Vico and Flixie had that pop-off finish. It's kind of helped them create that gap between 1st and 2nd place, but this is a marathon, not a race. If Swizzy and Vanya can keep it up in day 2, we might see a change come through.
And now Rift Island, you kind of see where it's going to go. Swizzy, like they have the best position to try to contest it early on. If anybody moves up there after that, we'll see Storm Surge for a moment, dictating a little bit of this fight. Here's Shields getting cracked. It slows down, turns off for a quick second as Nebs and Kuduo against Clown and Axe Force. And there's some eliminations for both of these teams already, but they're just kind of stuck in zone. There's one more team to the west that you really don't have to worry about. It's more so those 3 teams on the east that to watch out for and path accordingly.
It's about, you said 3 teams east, teams west, and you have Clown and Axe in the middle of both of them. They are going to choose to take the route towards zone, have medkits to recuperate what they've lost, so no issues there. You are going to have the duos that are on Rift Island, though, with an incredible line of sight to kind of take shots at duos like Clown and Axe as they're rotating in, so they do have to be cautious of that, use kind of as much environmental cover as they can to not use up their materials, but the good news for them, as Akira and Easy are going to be kind of taking battles and shots up against Vanya and Swizzy, so they're not focused on the duos rotating, more the duos directly in front of them.
I just shivered just a little bit. Swizzy with the mythic hand cannon. He already had the mythic combat. So right now he can pack a punch from far away. Polish and Bodis, they were the ones that quickly were in that line of sight, but you see they get targeted, quickly box up, just like a lot of teams would. Pixie and Yanis. A little slower to rotate on out, but with this rotation, they're going towards the east, quickly moving towards the north. With all the teams that were previously in this position moving towards the south earlier on in some of these zones, that leaves a lot of space for Pixie and Yanis to try to claim. You kind of see them moving up.
One v one. The controllers.
Where are you from?
No problem.
Where are you from? Hello?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Okay.
Hello?
Yes?
Sorry.
Whatever. That's a 200. Bangladesh.
Excuse me, I'm the small brother playing.
Okay.
Solo left in the game. He's getting pushed by two different teams. It gets taken down by Wox, but you have to be careful. Chiefs and Turtle are still there. They're the ones that are shooting down, causing a lot of the pressure.
It might come down to the height versus
Hey, where are you?
2v2, but there's still a lot of pressure down below. Chiefs
Just a
gets
minute, I will
knocked
be
down.
there.
Turtle falls shortly after.
Let-
It's
let-
now
let-
Wox and Ping all up against Pixie and Yanis.
Now, this is their chance to move up that leaderboard for sure. 2v2 situation. Ping's already weak. Wox is taking a lot of damage, but Yanis is down. Pixie falls like thieves in the night. Ping and Wox steal that game away.
They clean it up. Someone calls security. Wox was able to finish it off without a sweat. That was an intense last moment for both duos. Cammy and Seti from 50th on the leaderboard, clutching it up to be right back into the match, to Wox cleaning it up in those last seconds. What a way to close out the fourth match.
Yeah, that was kind of a nail biter of a finish. You almost thought Pixie and Yanis had it in the bag. They had high ground. They had full control. They're even pressuring the final two teams on that low ground. But Ping and Wox, they have turned it around. Multiple eliminations. Even though they're not getting a massive amount of builds from all of this, those are the builds that they've been used to claim the high ground and eventually take the game.
This is the game they needed to take that top side of the leaderboard. They were playing well, but they needed that big match, and this is exactly what's going to give them that shot to bump themselves up to potentially close to that first place spot.
So it's going to be an interesting one as the leaderboard shakes out. We need some time, so we're going to throw a quick commercial break, and we'll see who's in first after that.
welcome back to the FNCS Major 3 European Finals. And listen, you're hearing it from me for the first time, but I maintain this is true. Consistency is cool, and we're starting to see the most consistent of the crop rise to the top 11.
Ooh.
Pings and Vox being a fantastic example of that victory royale.
Some bars from you there, Frank. I didn't know you had that, you know. I didn't know you had them bars.
Occasionally I expect some bars, Levin.
Okay, no, fair enough. Now look, Ping and Watts, I mean, these two have been on a tear this season. Not a team that gets the you know, all the accolades and all the praise. I think there's been some more flashier teams doing well this season. But for the most part, these guys have performed in almost every event they've been a part of, right? They're a team that, you know, if you had asked me before the competition, do I expect them to make it to Globals? Absolutely, Mini, and they're showcasing that here in this game.
Yeah, they've had a really, really good season overall. Cash Cup performances have been really solid. Their performances in the qualifiers as well have been really good as well. As you say, they've kind of gone under the radar a little bit. Their performances, though, that's where things really start to get real. We know what's sort of fragging player. He's very, very good on the damage, right? He's always going for those eliminations. And then you combine that with Ping. It just seems like they're able to work off each other so well in these end games. And playing low ground right there was the key to their success. They had all those kills that the high ground team didn't. And that's ultimately what won the game. Of course, the high ground team had to drop on down, and they hit their shots really, really nicely. So a really well-played game from those guys. More to come, hopefully, from that, because they're playing those mid-ground and low-ground layers really, really well.
The high ground team were Janice and Pixie. I'm just wondering, Levin, is there something they should have done differently to win that victory royale? Because they were maintaining high ground so well, it looked like it was almost guaranteed. But obviously,
excuse me,
managed to get the better of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I'll go take a weapon and come back. Okay, wait here. Okay.
Few match, right? You saw it there. I thought they were going to lose it at a certain point to Seti and Cammy. They got chopped out a couple times, and they didn't look like they'd be able to hold on to it. It was right here, right, where Cammy and Seti right beneath them. But they did well to pressure those guys and force them down, and then they ended up getting taken out. So again, it's tough. You know, it's weird, Mini. Janice and Pixie on a hype team, and we never see them up on hype. Surprised to see them up here anyway, and I think they made the best of the situation there.
I was surprised that nobody just decided to crash pad on up. You could sort of tell that they had no materials there. They were on wood, they were right at the backside of zone, they weren't extending out. And of course, Cammy and Seti did notice that, but as you mentioned, they did, of course, end up going down. So had that been a little bit differently, or gone a little bit differently there with Cammy and Seti, I think that high ground could have been under pressure from those guys.
And Cammy and Seti, they were in 49th position going into this game. Mini Minor, they needed to pull off a big performance. It wasn't exactly the dream, but you know what? It was good to see them winning off spawn at least and making it towards the end.
Yeah, just making it off spawn is obviously very, very important for this team. Nice to see them finally come alive. They've still got a lot to do, but of course we still have the double, although not the double, but the 1.5x points on day number 2. So things can change for this team. I'm interested to see how they go about this now. We saw them looking for height right there. We know that they can play height. It's something that they have done in the past, but is it something that's almost becoming a bit of a necessity now at this point, Levin? Because they need to get wins. They need to make sure they can boost their way up on the leaderboard because they're still not too high up.
It's tough, man. They've had a really, really rough day. Game 1, they're uncontested. They get keyed in mid-game, go down. Next 2 games, they lose off spawn. And it's just, you know, it's because I always think it's ironic, right? Where Cammy and Seti are not, you know, like the best off-spawn team. It's happened so many times in FNCSs here in the EU where they've been contested off-spawn. Well, it feels ironic saying that because they won the most important off-spawn fight of the time, right? So it's like, how can it be a bad off-spawn team? But it is just the reality. And so even in this game, right, they won off-spawn, but
you did?
YZY still survived and got to play out the game, right?
Oh,
so it's
okay.
The team you're competing against are still gathering up them points, racking up points. I think they probably racked up more points in that game actually than Cammy and Seti because they survived a bit longer. So they're going to need to wipe these guys and start wiping them consistently because if you're Kieran YZY, why leave now? You're just going to keep calling these guys. You're beating them for the most part. So it's going to be a tough weekend for Cammy and Seti.
It's just a land difference, that off-spawn fortune, I think, for Cammy and Seti. They literally need the biggest prize in Fortnite on the line to win, it seems. Let's take a look at the standings to find out where we are after 4 thrilling games of Fortnite. Vico, very fortunate to pull himself and Flixie, well, at least to stay at the top, I should say, because he was a solo tragically early in that game, and we got to at least witness him doing his best to stay in the game. He eliminated Nathan and CZB, or at least he eliminated CZB, who was a solo at the time. Unfortunately, it's not quite clicking for Nathan and CZB yet, and this is interesting because actually the zone was in their favor, 11, so we're expecting more from them in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a weird one for them so far today, right? Because again, it's like if they're not going to be doing well on these zones, which they know are the most favorable ones for them, like then when are we going to start doing well, right? It's almost become that sort of question, Mini Miner.
Yeah, it has, and I think this is something that we sort of touched on at the beginning of the show. It's kind of like, you know, when they get to these grand finals lobbies, get to these big bright lights, a big stage of grand finals, things just seem to fall apart in different areas. Things aren't quite as smooth, the strategies aren't quite as
Yo, where you
as we've
at?
seen from previous gamers, and of course the lobby is just harder, so it's a little bit more difficult
Where are
to
you?
do what they do best. They're not in a terrible position though, 22nd there on the leaderboard, moved up 10 places in that last game. I don't think they're down and out yet, but it's a little bit concerning right now. Hopefully they can improve in the latter stages today.
They're creeping up slowly but surely. A good game, I should say, not another, but a good showing from Akira and Yeezy in that one as well. But looking back at the top 10, you can see in 6th position, just holding on, Murstache and Malibuka. And I feel like it's textbook now for Major 3. Murstache holding on for dear life, Mini Miner, at the end of that game.
Yeah, very, very tough game for these guys. I mean, that's a 16th place with 2 eliminations. Of course, Moustache being the one to solo clutch. We spoke about it at the beginning of the show as well. I talked about how Moustache hasn't necessarily been that guy when it comes to the solo clutches this season, or indeed this chapter, apart from maybe the beginning of the chapter. So it just seems like that is a bit of a problem for them at the moment. If they're both alive, I'm very, very confident in them. But those solo clutches, we don't want to see it happening.
No, well, hopefully we'll see both of them make it to the end game in game number 5, because we are ready to call the battle bus.
Thank you so much, Frankie. I hope so too, but I mean, speaking about solos, Vico was left alone throughout every moving zone in that last match. I don't know if Frankie touched on it, but he finished 11th place, Jacob. That is not bad at all. It was enough to maintain their spot currently on that throne in the leaderboard, but still more matches to be played out today. Another 6 to be played out tomorrow with the multiplier, so the job is not finished.
Yeah, but it's just little moments like that, small moments like that that mean so much. We take a trip down memory lane. Remember Major 1. How many points separated the champion and that 2nd place? And this is looking like it's building up to be a similar photo finish, as long as you could take Vico down early. But the next game is ready. Let's get right into it.
In terms of off-spawn engagements, Camiseti, it's not been going their way, but we also have QNDX and Phantom up against Haijo and Kaido. They're 2-2 currently, tied in terms of wins and losses. Redline Rig, we thought Murstache Malibuka would have it uncontested, but now they have decided that they are going to be getting themselves into an engagement. So they're ready for it, which is the good news. Can they hold on, though? That's the big question.
Yeah, it's Cantry and Pryfalls. They qualified out of the same POI, but Moustache, I don't think we're in the lobby at the same time. This, though, is going to be a different game for them. Uncontested this time around, but it doesn't change the result, because I see in the feed, Chino is going to take down Cantry nonetheless.
I wonder where, yeah, Cantry has decided to switch up his drop spot once again. And for QNDX and Phantom, they have not got the upper hand in terms of the drop spot. They didn't get that slurp truck, so the HP and shield advantage is for Haijo and Kaido. Not only that, they picked up the first elimination, showing their superior end here of the off-spawn engagement. 3-2 for Kaido and Haijo.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder after day 1 what's going to happen. To start this game off, just to give a little bit of reference, Kaido Haijo 18th place, and then you got QNDX and Phantom at 23rd. Nobody's really winning even if you win that fight. It's Chino and Skavi. They see the solo. They already took down 1. Just a lot of struggles happen when you switch up your drop and you're not necessarily prepared.
Shots connecting, but not enough to finish anything. They did get an elimination, which is good for Tejinho and Skavi. Taking a look at Clown and Axe Force once again, though. Looks like this time around, it's going to be Hizix who cleans it up. What's the scoreline for this one, Jacob? You remember?
Oof, we didn't see every single one, but I do believe it's leaning heavily in the Axe Force Clown favor.
I think so, too.
You know, it depends on if we count, you know, they win, they drop one guy down to a solo, and then the other guy disengages. That still counts, right?
That counts as a win in my books. Off spawn, at least. They might meet each other later on, but that's still an off spawn dub. Vestru Pyros, though. Don't know what happened to Pyros, but he just got lasered. Both players now no shield to work with. Snazy, Potosai got to keep applying pressure as well, not allowing them to pop Annie's shields. They are going to be forced to crash pad away. Both in opposing directions, though. I don't know where Pyro's went to. The good news is he didn't get knocked, so in the feed we'll see as well. Vico with the double elim.
Interesting to see that the teams in game one, they fought it in Mount Olympus, and almost every game after, they're just kind of following each other out after they get the loadout. Mystic Maxi, a lot of these teams continuously finding themselves in and around Lavish Slayer, but a nice shot there is going to back up blocks, and they know that he's weak. I feel like they can smell the fear on him. Nitro Splash is going to be popped. Now they're just instantly going to try to break their way in through some of these boxes. Multiple angles means a rank can't save you.
Nothing can save you at that point. I talked about it just a moment ago, but let's see what Vico ended up doing to get that double elimination. Nice shots connecting. He's coming through onto Pred, put to sleep alongside his duo partner. I see Vico, he kind of looks like a boss right now. Like, he's looking a little too confident the way he's pushing into these boxes. Chapentini, though, they gotta be careful.
He's feeling himself. How many solo clutches throughout this FNCS alone, let alone today? I think he just gets that good amount of confidence, playing very, very well under pressure. It almost feels like it's fueling him at the end of the day. Chapentini, early game scuffle. No worries for them just yet, but as I say that, immediately get beamed away from their own POI of the Nitro drone.
You can see Trulex Chicho also close behind them. Our match winners. Walks and Ping here. In the Underworld, not another duo in sight. You can see it was even their first ever victory royale in an FNCS finals. So you can add that to the list. A lot of kind of first time FNCS final VRs for the teams competing today. Chaptini, they were looking safe, they were looking secure, but now they're looking dominant as Chicho is under pressure.
This is good for the lobby. No more Chicho, Trulex, Skybase this game if they're able to take him out, but Teeny just oversteps his boundaries. One too many steps. Surprise attack. Not even sure he knew exactly where it came from. Trulex and Chicho, they're playing as a full duo. Just making sure to communicate everything. You don't know exactly where they're at. And you can see two different layers on top of that one. I agree with the disengage coming out from Chapentini. If you don't know exactly where to fight against, you might not want to be there at all.
You can see the amount of players around the Nitro Drone. And more wandering on in as Trulex is going to choose to kind of play this one out slower, reload, and wait for more of a secure opportunity to do anything a bit more risky.
Yeah, it's an enemy.
Nitro drone that's like so contested. You even got NPCs all over the place. And then we just go to the other side of the map. It is pulling south, and Vanya Swizzy just smooth sailing. Nothing to worry about. Very few teams even in the distance. You see one very far away that's probably trying to rotate and do the same thing. They just got a lot of space. They're almost going for these treasure maps. It's only going to give them a little shields. With 3 big pots already, it's not going to be too much of a difference maker. Maybe you want Flowberry Fizz, but it's definitely going to keep you going in this game, especially early on.
Yeah, the only thing I'd worry about at this when you pull these type of zones is finding ways to get that damage, but Giros Chari just gave them a little bit. You're not going to get line of sight of too many duos until later on in the match, so you will have to kind of position yourselves a bit more into the zone to find those options. Good Bree, though.
Fighting in Mount Olympus to kind of finally. It's gone back in there, but it's Snazy and Podesai who actually get separated. Kind of ripped apart as solo players. And you know he doesn't have the reboot card just yet because they're setting up their tent. They got the s'mores out. They're ready to camp that one and make sure he cannot come back for it.
In the meantime, we have some duos trying to do a race to the sky base. It's Dexy Eclipse up above connecting a shot, but the crash pad to drop themselves back down. Will they be able to make it out? As now they're forced to continue. Almost every single mat is being used to finish off this fight.
Uh-oh.
Is it going to be worth it for Dexy and Eclipse in the end, though, as they continue the hunt?
They spotted him out just a little bit. They might not be able to jump on him, but now they're closing in on the distance. Piece control goes out. quickly blocks it off, dips the toe in. He knows he needs those to kind of outmatch his opponent. And now he can dash his way in if he so wanted, but a quick shot from the sky. Both Eclipse and Dexy are taking too much damage for their own liking. They're going to try and slow things down just a little bit, rightfully so, because you see that team towards the east, that third party. They heard all that shots going on, and they're closing the distance slowly but surely.
Both duos now left with no materials, forced to farm back up. Meanwhile, Cheeps and Turtle are going to be the ones coming on in to see if they can clean up what was left unfinished. Kovacs, though, now kind of taking some pop shots onto Pahala, but nothing overly aggressive yet.
Fighting over that bunker. Hasn't necessarily opened up just yet, but you don't want to give the other team just kind of the best chance to just move in, steal away all the loot. So Comeback and Perhawa just trying to hold their ground. Kovacs is making sure that he has as many of the pieces underneath his control. Zone moving in. It's not too far from where they're at, but if they intend to box fight for this bunker, they're going to stay in the zone.
The good news is it is third zone, so it's not necessarily going to do too much damage, and they can kind of afford to tank a little bit of that storm damage. Sky and Scroll looking to see if they can kind of plan a sneak attack. You have Cheeps and Turtle close by, unaware that Sky and Scroll have vision onto Cheeps right now. The 3-2-1 could be all it takes. Zooming in, but unable to connect those crucial shots that you need to hit in these grand finals.
Sky was looking, he was feeling confident. He knew they were separated just a little bit, but he takes too much damage as he falls towards the side of that hill. Still closing the gap, forcing them to play for a little bit more piece control. And now it's the situation where Turtle and Cheeps, even though they have full control over this bunker, they can't go down into the bunker because then it leaves them into a 2v1 situation or ultimately traps them down together if they both go down.
30 seconds until the zone starts closing. There is 3 duos that are up on the rotate towards zone. So if either of these duos kind of make an escape and try and run away after being cracked or tagged, they could run right into a healthy duo, which would be extremely dangerous. But the battle for the bunker is what's on their mind right now.
It does look like another team is slowly rotating in this direction. Yeah, they're elevated a little bit lower on that shoreline next to the dashes, but they continue to hear these two teams fighting it out. They could get a little nosy, close this distance, and make it harder for either one of these teams to survive. But with the zone moving in, they're going to have to make that decision quick, how long, or even if they want to stagger themselves to try to make this worth it.
Clock's ticking now inside of the zone. They are going to be losing HP. It's going to be 4th zone in just a minute here. As Sky and Scroll decide now's the time. We need to make a play, but unable to hit that initial shot. They don't have an opening. Misses the next one. Scroll needs to connect one of these shots if they want to continue pushing.
Yeah, this is the tough situation I was talking about. Turtle goes in, Cheap stays out. They're separated as 2 different solos, but Cheeps is doing a good job of holding his ground for now. He does have the cola for the shield that he lost, instantly able to get it back on up. It is going to take some time, though. But with him using the cola, he's going to be fresh out of heals, which means this disengage is going to be good for both of these teams. Depending on what they found in the bunker and depending on what Turtle actually had in his inventory, there might not be a lot of HP heals on either one of those 2 players in the duo.
Yeah. Neither duo going to go down, so a little bit of time was wasted. Same with ammunition and shield, but overall, if you did a bit of damage, it can be worth it in the end. We head on over to Restored Reels for 9 Della. 120 points as they stand on the leaderboard. They're just outside of the top 10, currently in 12th place, so not too bad, but they want to work their way up slowly but surely. Kiro, on the other hand, looks like he might have just gotten out of a build fight. He did lose his duo partner.
That's tough because they started the game looking good. At least I was going crazy over some of those hand cannon shots. They had a 7th. They slowed down to a 38. They picked up the pace with the 10th, but once again, the 17th. It's just a lot of inconsistencies facing these teams, just unable to really adapt on the quick changes that happened not too long ago. But hopefully he realizes you not only have this game left, you have 1 more, and then 6 full games tomorrow on that Championship Sunday.
And those 6 full games have a 1.5 times multiplier on the points, both eliminations and placement, which is why we've seen some extreme comebacks Mustache Malabuka being in 6th isn't the position for extreme comebacks, but I mentioned it before in Major 1. Andalik Sato, 46th day 1. 5th place day 2. From the bottom end to the top end. It's a comeback that hopefully we can see from duos like Kemi and Seti. As we go right back to the underworld where Dexy and Eclipse are continuing to kind of take pop shots back and forth with Walks and Ping.
It's not too bad right now. You got the crash pads, Flowberry Fizz. You have the dashes. And since it is early zone, but the damage, you can't be taking damage like that if you're Dexy. But if you're Walks, you got to be confident. Lands that shot. Quickly cleans up the knock. And now they have a 2v1 onto Eclipse, and you see him crouch. He's just trying to hide as much of the audio as possible. They know exactly which direction he went. They go in, Pings goes down, but luckily they have the numbers on their side. Walks quickly cleans that one up. And they are 1,300? Am I reading that right? 1,300 above the damage threshold? What is
That's got to be the highest that we've seen today. Even, I mean, I don't remember when I've seen someone with more damage than Walks and Ping. I don't know where this damage has been coming from, but clearly they're doing something right.
It makes sense. It makes sense. So far throughout the day, 4,400 damage for Pings alone. Walks almost 3,800 damage. 1st and 3rd. The only person that is kind of keeping up on that leaderboard is going to be Vico himself, almost 4,000 damage. And it's going to show you don't always have to fill up with eliminations to get that damage for Storm Surge. Sometimes picking your battles wisely actually does pay off.
Sometimes planting a Flowberry Fizz can also work out if you have a duo that decides to rotate on through with the need of a bit of shield. This Chapantini kind of just playing the slow route. They did place that Flowberry Fizz in front of them, hoping that a duo will find it. But meanwhile, we have Swizzy Vanya up on Rift Island. Not a single duo contesting them, it seems.
He's not just yet. We do have some teams rotating in that direction, but there's options. You don't necessarily have to go up to Rift Island, even though it does look like Queasy and Thomas going to hit the first rift down below, but they're probably just scouting out the location above, seeing what they can grab. They go right down below, and that's the thing that I was talking about. You don't necessarily have to go up to Rift Island. There's a lot of rifts that can help you with your rotation, and since they are in zone for now, you can kind of box up, play it slow, play it steady, wait for the next zone to pull away, and if it does, you have a rift for easy rotation.
You even have launch pads. You have a lot of natural mobility around this Rift Island. You can see how many players, too, are kind of just positioned in the surrounding area, which also opens up vision, too. Gonna take shots. CZB Nathan didn't perform to what we would have expected from that north zone pull. But maybe they can do it now with a bit more of a difficult zone. As it looks like Turtle and Sheeps have got themselves into another fight.
Don't even see Cheeps anyway. I got Turtle on the run. 24 below. Nice slide by Lolo. Quickly gets in through. Tries to go ahead and block his opponent off. Doesn't find the build that he needs, but Turtle runs out of space. He tries to go for a quick haymaker shot. It's taken down. Him and Cheeps fighting for that bunker seems to be the disastrous move that they made so far.
Good news is, being in the underworld, having that river of sticks, they do get those dashes to make it on into zone a lot quicker. So no issues there. Chapantini, though, this is not a fight I kind of see that even a winner of any of these battles might not actually be a winner.
Yeah, a team like that, heal, take their time, they see a knock happen. The Nitros, the patent play from Chapantini, they're not letting a ramp stop them, or at least not for now. They're quickly moving through, and they find that solo, take him down. It may not have been his bait, but it's still nonetheless, because they clean up another elimination, and they get 2 bodies worth of loot right there.
That was the danger of having so many duos. I said, you take the engagement, even if you end up...
Hello? Yeah.
Hello? Oh, you're playing.
What?
Oh, it looks like it's going to be free pickings for CTV.
You played it?
We expected them from that last game. one more. And then there's a point multiplier with 6 games tomorrow. You just want to get as close to that first place spot as possible to kind of ease up on that pressure for day 2.
Just a second.
Kovacs.
Okay.
Try to plan on the potential rotates he has here, but being 7 below, damage is what they want. A huge
I'll make it come to
damage
diamond.
shot is going to come through. Nitro following that as the pressure's on now. They want to close it off, but they might just have to take their route towards zone.
He's just running. He just has a sliver of HP. Kovacs is just crashing through each and every one of these boxes. But the biggest thing is those layered changes. That is what's keeping him alive for now. As Huddy and Kovacs just try to reunite here for a moment. Huddy still has some HP to regain, I should say shields. He just has to reunite with his teammate. It does look like his duo reunite as well. There is going to be a huge strength in numbers, especially on these rotations that keep pulling so far up the north.
50 above. They've made it into zone now, but you got to be careful with the amount of duos that are around here. All it's going to take is one crack, and the pressure's going to be on you.
You're versus Messi is better than you, bruh. Better than you.
And it looks like they have a little time
Tied underneath. Maybe they won't see us. That's the plan right now. You saw the focus had stopped. They got a chance to breathe here. Some drastic elevation changes.
Messi, I was going to play some squads or something. You want to play some squads?
And if you're not prepared,
He can play.
it's going to hurt a lot. You see how many teams are not only taking active surge.
You know those guys when you went into close almost?
Let me share it now. I'm gonna do it now. Your brother can see my face.
elimination is going to be added to the list. Cool now.
I can't see your face properly, but I can see you.
Flowberry Fizz is going to come through. A very far north bolt is going
to what is it?
Use a crash pad Flowberry. They might even have to use the second one.
Yeah, and they gain the elevation.
Not my face.
The next one they're going to use is get them even further than that last one.
I like.
Stagger themselves up to where they can peek through the shots and get some storm surge. Just kind of pad it just a little bit. You know,
Are we gonna
Teeny's by himself. I don't know where Chap went down at, but he is barely above that threshold. And you see it.
Can you see can you see like a red couch?
If you look though, he is choosing to take more the uncongested side of the zone.
Oh.
There's not a single duo around where he is right now, so he should be able to make it in.
This is coming slow to you, bro.
66 down to 57 above. He might just be under once he makes it in zone. He's gonna have to find that damage quicker.
Yeah, and everybody Indiana's still alive. And these are the types of games you need to continue to perform in when everybody above you in that top 5 is still alive. Gaining points, placement points, elimination points. And for you to be out here, barely in that 25-point placement points, really starting to get in this. And some good shots for Storm Surge with the zone pushing them in. They're not going to get
Who's that?
West is where
Sound like someone's masturbating.
Chicho Trulex.
Oh my god! You car, bro.
Fuck your brother, what I found.
Give them a little moment to relax, but
Brother? Which brother?
confident. The good news is Storm Surge is no longer active due to the amount of players that are out, but it's still possible to come back soon.
You're scar, bro. That's crazy. You found a purple electric pump.
Who's making that sound?
What the?
Who's making that sound?
One more.
No man, it sounds like you like we sinking on a ship.
Oh, someone is farting.
No, that's another kind of robot.
You guys lagging.
Oh my days.
Why are you saying lagging?
I'm lagging.
There is the possibility to continue on going from this point. opposite end of the zone, forced to use every single dash they had. As now players land on top of the zone. Shots through.
How come you never take any damage?
Still gonna play for height. So throw that one in the blooper reel for a
I'm
moment.
not really getting. He's 1 HP, right? He wants to come.
Oh my days. My days.
Nice.
The real threat, as Cammy had said, he now gets focused on one, but multiple teams, but it's Vico and Flixie already at both of those eliminations, but from one duo to the next, Focus and Belusi are now taking their attention.
Annihilated. We know how much Vico and Flixie like to play hype, but they just don't have enough materials. 14 builds is what Vico had. They need some refreshes before they look up. Pixie Yanis, though, they are on a layer that they can look up. They see Full Metal, though. A full-on sky base has already been built. Is it enough to scare them away?
Depends if the crash pad is viable in that moment. As Pixie Yanis, they're not even planning to look up just yet. Letting Yanis take the lead onto that one. You see them peek it up, and that's going to be the first sign. Vaniac Swizzy, they're smooth sailing for now, but at any moment we've seen throughout the course of not only this weekend so far, but the FNCS qualifiers, high ground is not safe at any moment. Ping and walks, they're making sure low ground is not safe either.
Can they get another? Looking good, but I might have spoken too soon. Just 9 HP left off the walks. Duo partner's gone down. Now just a sliver of HP forced to make his way into zone.
He cannot take a single tick of damage at all. Zone is once again pushing in. He sees Nevs on the other side, gets the elimination. Zone pulls back. Blessing for him. Picks up just enough mats to shield himself, and he's just trying not to get too greedy.
Walks is on thin ice right now, hoping he doesn't slip. The Flowberry Fizz is going to be popped. Shield recuperated now. A bit of materials as well, but still not enough. Giraz Shari, huge amount of eliminations, looking to see if they can control low.
Yeah, Vanya and Swizzy just run through Belusi as well. Everybody looking very, very weak. At least not full shield and HP, no materials, not a lot of resources. Swizzy down below, trying to disrupt everybody that's trying to stay alive. You see the crash pad coming out, trying to reunite. He's with the back up against the wall, lands a good shot, tries to go to the backside of the zone, and he's trying to stay alive, but Skavi's the one that's going to take him down. Pressure continues to follow each and every one of these teams that tries to survive.
Tadinho, Skavi, Groot back up now. Minis are going to be popped, but the pressure's on from above. The shots are still coming through from Swizzy and Vanya. They need a second to breathe. Not much HP, but a lot of shield.
Doing a good job of staying alive. They have 5 eliminations so far, but they're not only getting focused by the players, they're on equal footing. High ground is now looked down, pressuring from above, but Pixie and Yanis, they're trying to go through and save as much of these resources as possible. They want to control the space if it does come down to a 2v2.
Pixie walks, continuing, or Pixie Yanis continuing to take another one home. It's Pablo that gets eliminated now. It's all up to Swizzy and Vanya. They're up above, but they need to close it out.
The final 2v2 we're talking about, they're trying to claim space, but Swizzy, he knows that the win condition might come in form of a heal off. It really comes down to how well he plays when he drops down low, because he's going to be the disruptor. You see the med kits in the inventory, but he's going up for a quick second. He has the dashes. He left his teammate quickly by himself, but he finally finds a spot above. Pixie goes down. Yanis by himself. 2v1 situation here.
Yanis was unable to assist his duo there. He just could not land on the builds, and now Swizzy and Vanya, all they have to do is connect this last shot. Can Swizzy do it? He could not. Yanis closes it off and finishes it for the victory royale.
He thought they were going to go around. He was med-kitting. They were going to cancel it and get the elimination. But somehow, he looked like a magician. He pulls out a trick from underneath his sleeve. Abracadabra. Both players are down. Yanis and Pixie are now rising up that leaderboard for sure.
What went wrong for Swizzy and Vanya? They looked like they had it all under control. It was a 2 versus 1. They had height, but when it mattered the most and they had to just get that last elimination, Vanya went down to zone. Swizzy connected his shot, but it was not enough to eliminate Yanis. And just like that, from the low ground, Yanis and Pixie are able to close it out.
So Vanya goes down to the zone. Swizzy tries to go in and save the day. 10 eliminations. They reach that double digits. I'm definitely not surprised.
I'm not surprised, but I'm wondering how much of an advantage in terms of the leaderboard now is it gonna them up. Day one's one thing, you're able to secure a nice spot, but you cannot get too comfortable because of that multiplier on day 2. We're gonna head to a break, but when we're back, we'll get right into the action once again, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
What the hell? What the hell? Well, who's this guy? Nice. He's a paper shotgun.
This is a nice one. How cute!
He's a paper shotgun, you idiot.
There's no other pizza one. Then my baby, my lady, my favorite son. No one will live. I'll take living at all.
Camiseti, who's kind of had a rough start, then that's one thing. Keep that mentality strong. But if you're on the opposing end in first place right now, it's all about keeping it up. But only time will tell. Battle bus is ready. Let's get to the last match of day one.
These games today have been nothing less than just pure excitement coming down to the wire. We got some huge clutches, even that last one by Giannis. Making sure he played his cards absolutely perfect, forcing the zone to go get him. But an off-spawn fight we haven't seen too much of so far. Monier and Lunex. We haven't seen them go up against Marine and Cade. We have seen them come out on top more times than not, playing these games out. Marine just going on the full offensive. Cade is there to try to follow up on some damage. The Nitro Splash is dropping him around, but it doesn't look like he's gonna survive. And because of the Nitro, he does get the elimination.
To fall damage, he goes down. Marine now, from getting picked off as a solo in the previous match to coming out on top. This is what they needed to close out day one. You asked me, Jacob, but the thing is, what really matters is the prep now. Between day 1 and 2, you kind of get a sense of how these lobbies have been played out. And the potential for a comeback is massive with the point multiplier. So you really have to make your day 2 count. It matters more than anything for your grand finals. So for players like QNDX, Phantom, Kaito, and Haijo, I don't think they're going to change much. They've both been testing each other as much as they possibly could, but not a single duo kind of made it far enough for the Slurp Truck this time around. Interesting job for both teams.
I wonder if that was intentional by Vision, QNDX, and Phantom. They are down 2-1 or 2-3 in the fights that we were talking about. Haijo and Kaido having at least one more victory, a little bit more confidence. And this is big because you talk about changing things up for day 2. If it's 3-3, it almost leaves you asking a bunch of questions. One's going to get dropped. QNDX trying to fight back, but he has a massive health disadvantage. Kaido quickly ends that one with the Gatekeeper. So now they're up 4-2 going into day 2 tomorrow.
That Flowberry Fist was crucial for Haijo and Kaido to clean up that first engagement. But yeah, like you said, Jacob, I mean, you go into tomorrow, these duos don't really have too many more options because they've already planned out this early game so much that they kind of just have to take those fights and be more dominant than their opposing duo. But for other players that might have their drop spot uncontested, Easy and Akira not being one of them, I would assume those 2 eliminations are on Cami and Seti. Cami Seti's actually...
Don't assume. Well, Takada knows everything. Takada knows everything just a little bit. Ah, man, just a rough day so far.
Yeah, they just did not have a good start. I'm curious to what they're going to change up tomorrow. Will they change their drop spot? Are they just going to change how they play the early game? It's possible to make a comeback with the format we currently have for grand finals, but they might have to make some impactful changes to do so. Eclipse now left alone. His duo partner has gone down. It's just a hunt to find him.
Yeah, Yakashi and Macia still around. Basically cleaned up some of those other eliminations. And even with Dexy still down, I'm not sure they know he's there, but Eclipse said, hey, I'm going to have to come back for you a little later. We'll figure it out as time goes on. This situation is becoming more and more dangerous, especially with another team now moving into the mix.
Chiefs and Turtle are up above, looking to see if they can maybe potentially take some shots on some of the players below, but Dexy's going to end up getting finished off here. Turtle wants to clean up the loot, but Chiefs has even dropped down as well, so they've given up that higher ground position just to secure this loot, which makes me think they'll probably just keep on rotating from this point, or are they going to go back? Looks like they will.
I feel like
nothing left to go back to.
A mixture of both. You just kind of backtrack, you get information. They do have the elevation that you were talking about. So there are teams nearby, but on this side of the map, it's a whole different biome. It's like a forest. You get in there, you get lost sometimes. It's easy to hide behind some of those trees. So even though they elevated themselves to get as much info as possible, I'm not sure they were actually able to acquire much.
It's a mapping hero. Kind of throwing their heels to where they're going to build that surge phase, so they can reuse it. If you don't have cactuses, at least get extra heals, extra shields that you can use later on.
Fight. Pablo and Bevy's just getting a little bit more confident, and they hit a good shot to really start it off. And both of those guys are separated. He's quickly trying to break through one wall, but they're best at that one. They quickly back on out. Cone separating them. First knock's going to come through. Chap is down. Teeny's scrambling around by himself, and he's in a 1v2 situation. Pablo and Bevy's have the strength and numbers, and they use them wisely, taking out both Chap and Teeny. And their last game of the day is done and over with. They're stuck watching like the rest of us.
Those are some huge eliminations because Chap and Teeny, you can see, we're 5th place on the leaderboard. And you know who was 6th, Jacob? Pablo and Bevies, eliminating the duo that was directly on top of them in the leaderboard. Swizzy Vanya as well, gonna pick up a quick elimination. That's huge.
Yeah, you gotta imagine Chap and Teeny at least gonna drop down to 6 with Pablo and Bevies being right on their tail. Swizzy and Vanya with the zone moving away. You see how they quickly made their rotation much faster than that last game where if it was in Brutal Beachhead, they stayed there for quite a long time. Terrain, and I feel like they don't fear going down on Surge as other teams because I feel like Swizzy just has a plan for everything.
Oh. Having a plan is crucial for these matches, and I'm curious what I mentioned earlier to see how the plans change for these duos going into day 2, especially the ones that haven't seen as much success. Pixie Yanis, though, that headshot is going to be incredibly impactful for the amount of total damage they're going to need. Akira Easy shouldn't be too worried as they did pick up Camiseti right off the bat, but maybe it's the other way around where Swizzy and Vanya want more. And we know how aggressive this duo can get.
It's actually a smart play. He quickly nitroed the wall. Yeah, if he could have got damage, that was good, but it's more of taking control over this entire bunker. He already stole it away from Akira and Easy. And they don't even want anything to do with this fight anymore. Yo, you can have it. We're gone. We're sorry. We didn't mean to take it. And Vanya and Swizzy said, nah. You're more than just sorry. We're going to continue to try to chase you around until you get far enough. There is a nitro ring there that they could try to use to continue to disengage, but Swizzy and Vanya are just feeling more and more confident as each and every day goes on, and there goes something to slow that confidence down just a little bit. Reality check.
Reality check. That's why you got to be aware of your surroundings. Third parties are always looking. We talked about you getting those options to take shots on the players rotating through, and you just cannot miss them in these grand finals if you want to keep your foot in the game. Walks and Ping. I mean, we talked a lot about Vico and Flixie throughout the day, but Walks and Ping, 2nd place, 1st place, 5th place, 7th place. I mean, when you talk about consistency, this duo has been all over it.
And you're 100% right, because if you kind of look at how much damage they've been able to, 5,300, 48 damage so far. And that, to me, is maybe just as surprising as this team throughout every game so far today. I know we still got this last one to play out. They have not taken Storm Surge damage one time today. They are making sure with these changes, they are running away as fast as they can and really not looking back.
Hey, it's working. It's clearly working. I think Levin mentioned it as well. They were actually used the Slurp Cacti, I believe, less than any other EU duo during the semifinals. They only used the Slurp Cacti one time, literally. That's a fact. So they did not need it for their success, and it's showing today.
This is another team right here that's kind of flying under the radar. Even though they don't have a massive amount of points, they started this game in about 10th place, and I was talking about the damage for everybody else. They haven't really taken Storm Surge either in 5 games so far, and they're doing just enough damage to make sure they don't have to worry about Storm Surge. It's not anything that blows your mind by any means, but the consistency is, as long as they can kind of capitalize on that fact, I feel like day 2 is going to be a good game for them.
Everything changes in day 2, Jacob. Just thinking about it, it's got me excited. One thing is the leaderboard now, but from what we've seen in previous majors with that change in format throughout day 1 and 2, you never know what's going to happen. Vico and Flixie, though, like Levin said, if they can get a pop-off game tomorrow just like they did today, that might be what they need to finish in the 1st place spot.
Yeah, and they're only... Right now, Vico and Flixie at least are only 4 points down. And honestly, even looking at that whole leaderboard, some would be a little scared of the almost 80+ point differential between them and 5th place. But some of these players have been picking up 80, 90, 100+ point games. Now add in the 1.5 multiplier. These are going to be 120, 150+ point games. So it's going to be easy if you can catch that momentum and fire at the right time tomorrow to catch up on that leaderboard.
Vico continuing to just kind of farm up. The shots come through, doing a good job of blocking them out. Reckless, pretty calm. There's a lot of duos, but not too much aggression. Murstache Malabuka no longer contested, it seems. They were kind of contested halfway throughout the tournament. That might have thrown them off a little bit in terms of the game plan, but they were contested as well quite a bit during the qualifiers. So now they're back in business, back to their original game plan. So let's hope they can make the most out of it.
You see that 70% win rate off spawn this season. We're not talking about today, we're talking about this season. Showing how consistent they are and why they're uncontested. Even though they did have some contestation early on, that quickly went away as Vico Flixie did look like they tried to crash pad on top of a team. You cannot hear it coming, you don't see it coming. So it's a great way to surprise some opponents.
See conversation decrease is sneaking up there a little bit. But so far, nothing too chaotic coming through as Vico actually is going to catch Sky off guard. They found him. You can only play hide and seek for so long.
I like the attempt. He was trying to use the door, hide behind the door. But Vico and Flixie, they're going to check everything. They're going to check doors, stairs, nooks, crannies, making sure that you can't hide, and any crevice of the map overall. We just go from one side to the next. You see how the zone is pulling more and more on over towards the east. Gears and Chari. They don't have a single elimination just yet. But they're going to have, I want to say, a relatively easy chance to get to zone because they also have multiple chances at that mobility. They have multiple chances to kind of have nobody really contesting them. And if they have the crash pads on top of that, they can launch pad into a crash pad, into a nitro ring. So the distance they have to cover isn't so worrisome to me.
Gonna choose to play it slower, but like you said, the natural mobility that you get from those nitro rings allows you to be able to kind of just stay in zone a bit longer. The zones today have been a lot on the west side of the map. I think we had one north zone, which we were kind of hoping CZB and Nathan would get a pop-off game, but every other zone has basically been kind of west-southwest of the map. Quite consistent zone placements.
I like the idea, just kind of recharge the nitro a little bit. Wasn't necessarily in the right direction, but you're able to save some resources. You're able to look for any cactuses that might be left behind. Take a look at Rift Island. Orzen and Guden this time. Guden Breath, one of the first ones, I do believe, making their presence known on top of Rift Island. Better late than never, especially since you got 164 points. Yeah, might not be in reach here for day one to take the top spot in the leaderboard, but as long as you close that gap in this last game, you're giving yourself a fighting chance.
Sheep's Turtle gonna choose to take one of those rifts down to the Rift Island. Will they play aggressive towards the flag though? I'm not sure. Vico Flixie now. Looks like they were able to pick up another elimination, if I'm not mistaken here, Jacob. Seems like it could be on the Panzer.
Yeah, saw him as a solo. Quickly kind of trapped himself in that building, knowing, hey, you're either going to come out one of these doors. They just instantly moved in the same direction he did and just kind of took him out. Easy cleanup for them. And since the zone is kind of moving in their direction, they don't have to worry about much just yet.
Walks and Ping. We talked about it earlier. They use the cactuses less than any other duo in the semifinals, having just used them one time. And then you have duos like Clown and Axe Force that used it 250 times in the semifinals. Even if you want to talk about NA, Cooper and Kanata 385 times. So you can see the kind of change in meta has impacted some duos more than others. The good news for Ping and Walks, though, is being in first place. It's all about just maintaining your spot. You don't need any huge pop-off game. All you gotta do is play it like you've been. Pablo, though, what went wrong here, Jacob?
Yeah, I don't really know how Bebby went down, but I saw him just trying to beeline it over towards the Nitrodrome area. But 2 other teams went in that direction. He doesn't want to reboot there, so he's kind of stuck. Stuck left wandering around, trying to pick and choose which direction I go. He doesn't have a lot of HP either, so a lot of things are looking like they're stacking up against Pablo and Bevies in this situation, and a chance at a reboot.
Hey, I'd like to see it happen, though. Quick little reboot. Game 6 of day 1 to make a potential comeback. 198 points. They were in 6th place going into this match. Earlier on, if you remember, they eliminated Chapentini, who were in 5th place, right above them. So if they're able to get a decent end game here, it could push them into the top 5.
That should be that'd be a good goal. Top 5, top 10, depending on what the point spread is down below. Especially if you didn't necessarily start off the day hot and you're really kind of stuck trying to pick up the pace, make up for that lost time. And even with the North Pole, it did move over towards the east side of the map. We see Pixie Yanis not straying too far away from Brawler's Battleground. They know a team is positioned up on that mountain for the launch pad, so they're not wasting any time going up there. They're making sure to keep themselves positioned with the natural mountainside that's here, so that way nobody, virtually nobody, is going to see them make this rotation.
Well, that's a good thing, but also a bad thing. I mean, they're going to have a lot of cover. They're not going to use a lot of materials or shield. But what I was going to say is the issue is you're not even going to get a lot of options to take shots at your opponents. But seeing that they're 518 above the Storm Surge threshold, that could be the deciding factor on why they're taking more of that uncontested route. Quick elim for Vico, bumping them up to 3 now.
Those are massive points. Because remember, it was 4 points that separated them and first place. So you almost got to imagine with the eliminations that they're picking up, a little bit more so than Ping and Watts. During the course of this game so far, they might have taken it back.
I think they would have. I mean, if your calculations are correct, they got 3 eliminations, so already 12 more points added to what they started off in. Mapi Kira, though, make their way into zone. Nice and clean rotate. As if we look at Ping and Walks now, 0 eliminations. But they're looking healthy. They're playing for the late game, Jacob. They're playing it out. Calm, collected, secure. What's scary, though, is there's so many duos around them here that at any moment, a brawl could commence. And with that crack, Ping's going to have to take a step back and recuperate that shield that was lost.
Yeah, they're in first place now, but it's not necessarily by eliminations. It's their consistency that's keeping them ahead. This Forzen is basically stuck by himself. He was trying to get a little bit more aggressive, back down that team, but other players in the lobby are now seeing they got a distance to travel. They're far away from zone, and it's getting very, very chaotic. So let's join in on the front. Even if they don't pick up the elimination or get any of the loot, that's just one less player, one less team that'll be in their path to the end game.
Emil now seeing what he can do to close this one out. 100 shield, 16 HP. Has the mythic hand cannon from that Rift Island. But can he hit the shots? Turtle's down below, not too much HP or shield. But Sheeps is still up. It's a full duo. There's not too many options here.
Yeah, he's above Surge, so he doesn't necessarily need to make the risk to drop down and try to grab it. But as he rotates off one position, the team elevated high up on that mountain, beginning to focus out all of these players that are staggering themselves back. They have the option to do the same thing as well, as long as they have a crash pad to make their distance there. And for everybody that's getting stuck, it's going to come exponentially harder for them to try to make their way to a zone if they don't have a crash pad.
Oh, Walks and Ping, they did use that crash pad, but it was the end of Ping. He got eliminated right out of the sky, leaving Walks alone now. He popped the med kit, but quick enough, he's forced to cancel it, and now right back to the lobby. Turtle and Sheeps are going to be the ones to clean them up.
We had first place go down, 5th place already out, opening up opportunities for to climb up that leaderboard. Turtle's getting aggressive, even missing some shield and HP, but that's not slowing or stopping him down. Juice just trying to get away. Crash pad's just in the nick of time to reach the top of that mountain and slow Turtle down just a little bit.
Medkit's gonna be traded now. The potential to recuperate that HP and shield. Issue is them being kind of on the bottom end of this ridge. Also with the zone point to the opposite side of the map, they not only have to elevate themselves, but also find a way across the zone.
See the leaderboard shaking things out. It's actually 2nd and 5th now gone as Vico and Flixie took first throughout the course of this game. Cheeps and Turtle just trying to make their way up the mountain. They don't have a ton of resources, so they got to cycle where they can. couple of rocks they could farm up on the way, but other players might not be so lucky. They don't have a full duo. They're by themselves as a solo, forced to make a rotation. And even without Flowberry Fizz this time around, Pablo's going to have to do these multiple times if he's looking to make it safely to zone.
That's exactly what he's going to choose to do. He had lost bevies earlier on, so he has been playing this out as a solo for a significant amount of time, which also has led him to be below the Storm Surge threshold. But now, as the pressure's on him, there's so many duos that are going to change focus. He cannot get cracked here. The pressure will continue. Builds come through. He's left on wood now. It doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. He needs to relocate.
He still finds himself up the threshold somehow, some way, but the focus hasn't stopped. He thought he found somewhere to hide, but Malibuca and Mustache are just waiting right above. They open up that edit, grab that elimination, 268 above the damage threshold. And for a team that is good as they are, it's better late than never to start to build that momentum before day 2.
Mustache Malibuca, 8th place going into this match. They're top 10, but I'd like to see them a bit higher. Seeing how they're set up so far in this late game, if they get a decent placement, it should be more than enough to push them up to top 5, seeing that already 2 out of our top 5 duos have been knocked out of this last match. We have Yanis and Pixie, though, being one of the top 3 currently that are still looking strong.
Just got a lot of heavy hitters out of the lob. We got 1st down, 5th through 8th down, 10th through 12th down. This is best case scenario for everybody at the bottom half of that leaderboard to try to pick up the pace, close the gap as much as possible. But while I'm talking about that, Swizzy and Vanya have a chance to do the opposite. Started this game in about 4th place. They have a chance to try to take that top spot. And it was in last major. It was much more of a gap, but they led after day 1 and eventually won that major championship.
Flowberry gonna come through, comboed with the crash pad to make it the zone. This is a difficult zone because there's so many changes in elevation, sudden changes, that you have to plan ahead of time. You need that extra time to focus on that rotation. Vico and Flixie, though, gonna look back and take those shots of the players rotating in. They already have 3 eliminations, so it's not crucial to them. But a little bit extra loot can always help out.
Yeah, and they have the Flowberry Fizz, they have the crash pad. It's not gonna be long before they find their spot in the zone. They're even waiting for some of it to open up. They have more than enough damage, I think, for the rest of this game. So for them, all they're focusing on one thing, and that's winning this game.
531 above, as Vanya and Swizzy are going to be the ones that once again want to try and claim this height in the 8th zone of the match. Will they be able to hold on this time around, though? It really depends on where this zone pulls. In the last game, it pulled far from them. If it pulls back this time, it could be more than enough.
You know what they say, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Hopefully this time around, they got some HP or at least a plan B. Because right now, it is looking very, very similar to that last game. But he hears somebody down there making a lot of noise, tries to reconnect, making sure they are safe as can be for now. With the zone once again pulling off and forward into those mountains, they're going to have to move off of that high ground eventually.
I think they still want it, though. They've been chopped out, so now they're forced to use that Nitro to make their way into zone. They have 2 options. They build up once again ahead, or they give it up. For Thomas HD and Queasy, though, they have to be careful, as Queasy is just 1 HP.
Wait a few seconds. Thomas knows they still need to rotate. You have to be very, very precise when you do get that edit. Haijo, Kaido, Kiro, Mappy, everybody flying through the sky. Nobody really has a chance to contest Swizzy and Vanya just yet. And I say yet because it is the night zone. There's plenty of time to make that a possibility.
Mappy now, 112 above. They can continue to look for options here. It's going to be Vidil and Reason that are right beside their box. Vico's gone down. Flixie's left alone, stuck in the sand now, forced to tarp ahead. Good news is, he has materials, he has damage, but without a duo, he has to play strategic.
Hey, it's time for him to return the favor. You saw the early game, Vico picking up huge points as a solo, which even puts them in the position that they're in now. Zone pulling back, things looking good for Flixie. But not everybody else having that same type of feeling. Haijo, Kaido, even Malibuca Mustache once again trying to move forward in the zone. Queasy's going to be down. Thomas has to make the decision. Do I go and try to be a hero or leave him by himself? And it looks like that decision's made. I have to do the rest of this by myself.
The solo now. Can he make it far, though? He only has 15 builds. It's basically just wood. It's going to be Pixie and Jens, though, that are second height. You can see them. They won it, but the issue is there's another duo on the layer. It's stopping them from looking above. It's stopping them for going for that high ground retake.
Yeah, Thomas's solo heroics are going to be cut short. He gets taken down. At least they're able to get some placement points here in this game. Looking through everybody else, just try to find a way to climb up that mountain. Anything is better than nothing, even if you Flowberry Fizz, Crash Pad. It might be a little bit too late for that unless you're going for high ground, and that's exactly what Kaido and Hydro are going to do. They've taken down Swizzy, they've dropped Vanyak, and now they've sealed their fate.
What went wrong for Swizzy and Vanya? They were looking so strong. They were looking so solid up above, but all of a sudden, Kaido, Hydro, from the difficulties off spawn to now claiming the high ground in the most crucial moment of a late game.
This is big right here. Even Flixie just trying to go through with just a sliver of actual health and HP. Find some scraps to try to get him, but no builds. Fresh out. He gets his nice shot on the flank, but he's going to go down. Swizzy's the one to take him out overall. Malibuka drops as well, but Swizzy's still trying to find a way to hold on strong.
32 effective HP and shield. Just one tick to the storm is all it's going to take. He goes down. CZB Nathan, though, one of the other duos holding up strong down below, but it's going to be Kaijo and Kaido who need to close it out.
They're in the driver's seat here. They have the nitros. They can drop down when they want to, but they go ahead, find those mats. That was the perfect moment, but Hydro takes some shots from that flank, quickly builds up, elevates himself. He doesn't want to get stuck in that chaos that is down below. Nathan, CZB, they're trying to have an easier game, but they get picked apart by two different teams.
It's now or never. Hydro Kaido have to capitalize on the chaos that's being done down below, but Pixie's left with just 10 HP. It's going to take one solid shot to clean him up.
Oh my, he just barely goes down. Genio versus Hydro, 1v1 situation. Big shot's gonna be fired. Hydro goes up. He has the medkits, he has the minis, and even a crash pad to get himself outside of zone, but Genio's at the bottom. This building is just gonna stalemate this just a little bit, and it's a blessing. It allows him to pop a few bandages, give him more of a fighting chance here, but Hydro's above. He's not giving up on this play. He said, I have high ground. I have this game in the bag.
Hydro and Kaido, they were getting a little stressed out there in the last moments. Hydro was left alone, but he focused up, he locked in, charged up, and finished it off with that last shot to secure himself the final victory royale of day one.
Hey, we were talking about moments in the match. You have to take advantage and really execute to perfection. Contested 6 out of 6 games. They win 4-2 off spawn. And in the final game of the day, the last chance to make up any point gap, seal the deal. And that is a huge confidence boost going into day 2.
And that's exactly what you need to do when you're contested in a drop spot like the one they're playing at. They need those massive pop-up games if they want to be in the upper end.
Itu mah.
They want to live their life, and you know.
Reverse. Oh shit. Build a ramp. Stop. Take the shotgun, take the shotgun. What the heck? Solar fucking Sir. Don't go. Don't go. Get out. Someone's coming. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. He's dead, he's dead, dead. Someone's coming. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go. Get, do the car. One down. I need HP. Do you want to medikit or shields? Do you have a medkit? No. Why is it lagging so much? Go, give me the medal and shield medal. Okay, that's it.